Hey everyone, it's me, Doomlink, and welcome back to the Dark Souls livestream series. I probably would have said Demon Souls livestream series purely out of habit, but I do have Dark Souls right there on the screen, so that probably reminded me of what to say. Anyway, let's go launch in, or load in, whatever you want to say. Load is a better word, isn't it? Loading into our build, Ileana, that is our parrying thief build, whatever. No, parrying dagger thief build I've decided to call it, although the name may change. I think I said in the last recording that the name is indeed subject to change. We'll see what happens. But, I don't know, I'm in the mood to record some more Dark Souls. I'm in the mood to play Dark Souls in general, which is why I'm actually doing this again. I try not to do the same game twice in a row unless it's Monster Hunter or something, because I actually have an audience for Monster Hunter, you see. But in the case of Dark Souls, I just can't help myself. So here I am. Hey Vernon. Our current objective, I think, is to make our way to Lower Undead Berg. Yes, it's funny because when I began that sentence, I was going to say, head to Quelaag, and then I remembered, while talking, that actually we are going to make our way to Lower Undead Berg so that we may acquire the Large Ember, so that we can upgrade this Rapier to plus 10. We're not going to be getting it to plus 10 immediately, of course, because that will require large Titanite, is that right? Large Titanite. Yeah, it's been a while since I've gone through the upgrading in this game, so yeah, it should be... Yeah, I think it's large Titanite, isn't it? Do they call it shard in this game? Large Titanite shard? I'm just not entirely sure, because I have to tell you, I'm so used to the naming of Demon Souls at this point. Anyway, I know it's going to be a little bit boring, but here I am going through this area again. This is probably like the 4th time I've done this now. I think I did it twice on account of having died. Again to make my way to the male undead merchant to purchase this rapier later on. And here I am going a 4th time to get back to that general area. This is one of the things that maybe Dark Souls 2 players don't really understand. It is the fact that you actually need to manually go to where you want to go in the original Dark Souls. And of course the issue with Dark Souls 2 was that the interconnected world no longer existed because there was no need for it. This world is beautifully crafted in the way that it's so interconnected, and you know, you will do a loop, a huge loop, and not even realize it. That's the idea. You sort of adventure through, and it's a surprise sometimes that you've just entered familiar territory. You know, you feel like you've been going in one specific direction really far from where you've previously been, and then all of a sudden you recognize where you are, and you can see something familiar in the distance, and it's a great experience. Whereas in the case of Dark Souls 2, because you could warp immediately from the beginning of the game, there was absolutely no reason to have that interconnected world anymore. But the catch for those who probably prefer warping, the catch to an interconnected world like this is that you will, at least initially, be forced to manually go through the interconnected world, which is what I'm doing right now. I'm manually going to Undead Berg instead of just warping to the bonfire. The good thing about this also is that when you do eventually, I think it's a good thing, maybe some people don't like it, but when you do eventually have the ability to warp from bonfire to bonfire, you will not be given the ability to warp to every single bonfire. There will only be key bonfires that you will have access to in the warping system. And the Undead Berg bonfire is indeed not included. We picked up the basement key... Did we get the basement key on the other side of that gate that drops just in the Undead Parish, or did we get it from the Moonlight Butterfly? I can't remember now. I think it's from the gate that drops. You know, the one that we intentionally ran through first time going through there so that we didn't have to go the long way around. Apparently, well, Twitch is telling me that I can disable animated emotes in settings, which is very nice of them. But I don't think I have anything against animated emotes. Generally, the people who watch me don't emote spam because, I don't know. I'm not even going to go there, but this here is a shortcut. This will be a faster way to get to where I just got to. Well, not necessarily faster even. Well, I suppose it is technically faster. The bonfire is just over there, but more than anything else, you don't have to worry about the risk of the dragon on the bridge, so... I'm just killing these guys because I thought I may as well. There's no real reason for me to return to that bonfire. I haven't healed, and I don't need to heal. And these guys are already dead, so I may as well make use of the dead enemies in this instance. Well, I don't know what you would need to remember, but it's alright. Well, I've got some dogs to contend with here. More than I would like to deal with, let me say. I'm about to get poisoned, but fortunately one of the dogs actually killed themselves on the fire, which very much worked in my favour. Again, I don't know when or if I'm going to be invaded. I may very well be invaded, we'll find out. But, as far as where, I don't think I've ever been invaded here before. I'm sure you can technically invade in the Lower Undead Burg, it's just I've never seen it. So I'm not really worried about being invaded here. My guess is that it's such a rare invasion spot that you just, you know, in other words, there's such a low activity that you'll probably never see an invasion here. Whereas there is a risk that I will be invaded in the depths, because at least in the past that was a pretty significant invasion zone, particularly for what they called twinks, which I don't like to use that word because it conjures up other images of young, attractive gay men, specifically, which isn't necessarily a bad thing on its own. I just mean to say that it's not the image that I'm thinking of when I'm talking about twinks in Dark Souls, but the point is, I think they're also called, are they called Smurfs? I think Smurf is the other word. But anyway, the idea is that they used to use the bottomless box glitch to get, or to gain access to end game gear from other characters on very low soul level characters, and they would invade in the depths and completely shit on people. And that's the way it was. As you can see, with these guys it's just cleaner and safer to just use the rapier as a normal weapon. I also need to get in the habit of rolling because I now have the Darkwood Grain Ring. Of course, rolling is useful even without the Darkwood Grain Ring with a light build, but I certainly feel incentivized to use the Darkwood Grain Ring flip now that I have it. And what I will be doing for the upcoming boss is essentially fighting in the same way that I just was there, two-handing the rapier and hopefully making good use of the Darkwood Grain Ring flip. It's definitely going to be necessary, because this is one of the most annoying bosses of the early game. The only reason why this boss is so annoying is because of where you fight him. It's not the actual confrontation itself, like the boss himself, or even the dogs necessarily. It's where you're fighting him, and I will say that just for the mere fact that the two dogs that are in this... excuse me, let me rephrase that. The mere fact that those two dogs exist in this area is what makes this so difficult. If it were just that demon guy that we're about to fight, he's called the Capra Demon, may as well say his name. If it were just him, it wouldn't be difficult at all, but having to deal with him and the dogs, that's very odd. They were a bit delayed in appearing there. But hey, Autonomic, let's kill this guy. Fortunately, I'm killing him in one hit. What I'll be doing here is... that's not actually what I wanted to do at all. Not even remotely was that what I wanted to do. I don't even know what happened there, actually. Yeah, I was expecting to die, that's fine. I don't know what happened there. I intended to roll. Maybe I rolled at the wrong time. Maybe I failed to roll off the walkway. Again, it's not a normal death. It's the sort of death where whatever I did in-game is not what I was intending to do, and as a result I've now died. But it shouldn't take more than one more attempt to get this taken care of, because the Darkwood Grain Ring really does help with this boss. And one of the things with me recording this game that I just really need to let go of is the fact that I'm not going to perform in the way that I used to. I used to play this game very intensely, to the point where I absolutely had to leave it alone. Like, I had to just stop because I was playing it too much. And as a result, nothing ever challenged me in this game. But here I am dying stupidly to stuff that I never used to die to. And the idea is that I need to try and separate myself. Oh, well, that was really smart, wasn't it? I don't think that'll kill me, no. But yeah, what I need to try to do is emotionally separate myself from that frustration. That's 7,000 souls lost. I don't know where these other guys came from. I guess they followed me from Upper Undead Berg. But, yeah, that's one of the things that I just really need to separate myself from. Because otherwise I'll be sitting here getting annoyed at myself for the whole fucking thing, so... There will be a period of getting used to everything again. And then, you know, I'll take a break of several months or something like that, and then won't be doing quite so well again after that point. So I'm doomed to always play at a subpar skill level, so frustrating as it is, I'll try to live with it. So that time I rolled his attack. You can see that the game performance is really poor when that fire is in shot. This time around I'm not going to allow myself to get overrun. I'm just going to kill any enemies that happen to be following me. And this time it was only that one guy. Again, you can't really make use of parrying with dogs. That's not an option that is available to you. Good day. Just do the strong attack. The strong attack is good for more ranged... what's the word I'm looking for? If I want to attack at a greater range, then, or if I want my attack in general to have greater range, then R2 is better than the R1 while two-handed. And the range of this rapier is pretty reasonable anyway. Alright, we've got more guys here. Just sort of coaxing them out. Yeah, the Capra Demon was a wall for most people starting in Dark Souls, and quite frankly, he was a struggle for me, having played Demon Souls at that time as well. He really was a struggle. Because of the dogs. The dogs are what really caused trouble for me. So it seems that strong attack was not something he could parry, which was good. If you're noticing my Estus flasks and the fact that they didn't replenish to 10, that's obviously because the Undead Berg bonfire is not of the same bonfire intensity, I believe is the terminology, as the Firelink Shrine bonfire. I was still sitting on the 10 Estus flasks from the Firelink Shrine bonfire. Annoyingly, didn't get my souls back in this boss room, but I can live with that. It was only 7,000. I mean, that's something I can get back pretty quickly in the soul farming area that I've chosen to use. Just gonna drop down here, looking for this dog to... Come on, get over here. I'll kill you quickly. So you can fight this guy a number of different ways. I'm gonna fight him just normally here. See, even that tree in the fucking way, it's extremely annoying. One way to do this fight, if you're really lacking in damage, or if he's really dangerous for you, is you can just keep doing drop attacks off the stairway. I'm not doing that because I have a lot of mobility here, so I don't really feel the need to do that. I have a lot of mobility and I've got good iframes on this roll. For that particular attack, that's his most damaging attack. Don't get hit by that. The weapons that he's using, that particular weapon is called the Demon Great Machete, or the Demon's Great Machete. Can't remember the actual name now. It's Demons or Demon. And that is essentially the best strength weapon in the game. It's got an S scaling from memory with strength, and deals a lot of... well, fully upgraded it's an S scaling, and it deals a lot of damage on its own without the scaling, so that's the situation. We don't have to worry about being invaded in the depths because I'm no longer alive. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to make my way up to a shortcut. I'm not going to go all the way to the Firelink Shrine bonfire. I mean, I could actually, if I think about it, because if I rest at the Firelink Shrine bonfire, then I'll be able to homeward bone to the Firelink Shrine bonfire at the point where I'll want to leave in the depths. I'm not going to be clearing the entirety of the depths. I will be accessing Blighttown from the Master Key shortcut, which takes you through the Valley of the Drakes. I'm getting all my naming just slightly wrong. It's actually Valley of Drakes, not Valley of the Drakes. But there you go. Hello, Kobuda. Oh, never mind. I read what you had to say and realized that you are not worth greeting. Because you are a bot. So yeah, we'll just rest at this bonfire. We might actually level up. Of course, one thing that they introduced in this game, for the reason that it is more of an open world game and there isn't really a hub world. This is kind of your hub location in the same way the Nexus is a hub. But it's not quite the same. Oh yeah, that's right, I still haven't used that fucking... Ooh. Now that I think about it. No, we're safe. Laltrek is still here, clearly, because we can still use this bonfire. I need to deal with him and also give the Firekeeper my Firekeeper soul that I have constantly forgotten to give her. I don't know why, this is just ridiculous at this point. What should we prioritize? I'm thinking maybe endurance. I don't know how... Look, how high my endurance goes is going to be proportionate to how heavy the armor I want to use for this build is going to be, and I still haven't determined what armor I want to use for this build going into the future. So, I could even technically leave it at 15, but I don't know if I would want to do that. I might just put a point in dexterity. Should I do that? Yeah, let's just do it. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to OK to accept the reinforcement. Alright. So Laltrek over here, I always kill him. I never allow him to kill the Firekeeper. It's good for the story because when the Firekeeper is revived here, she can speak. But I don't really need that. It's kind of nice for the story, but... If you just kick him off the edge, like I did with the ninja guy, it's fairly convenient, don't have to deal with fighting him. He's not too hard. He can be hard if you're shield reliant because he uses the shuttle, which of course with the R2 can hit straight through shields. To my understanding, the shuttle is the only weapon in this particular game that can hit through shields. Whereas in Demon Souls it was one of 3 weapons that could do that, and was actually the worst of those 3. In the sense that you had to do the R2 to actually hit through the shield, whereas the other 2 weapons just ignored shields no matter what. Wasn't linked to a specific attack. Going to equip Homeward Bones, and I will probably use the... Yes, I will use the Soul of the Moonlight Butterfly. I had totally forgotten to do that. And, the only reason why you would keep the soul is to make... There might be a spell associated with it, I'm not sure, or magic associated with it, but I know that it can be used to make a weapon that I'm certainly not going to want to use or want to make, so I may as well consume it. It's only 1,200 souls, so it's really almost nothing. Not enough to level up, sadly. Should have saved that for when I was actually ready to level up, but whatever. I should really give some thought to some armor for me to use, because at the moment, this set is not amazing. I mean, I can upgrade this set, obviously, and make it slightly better, but I generally don't allocate upgrading materials to something that I'm going to dispose of in the future anyway. I would rather deal with less defense now than waste materials in that way. It's just the way I am. So I should really think about what I could possibly use. For light builds, for dexterity builds, I usually use the Lord's Blade set. It's just a nice looking light build, or nice looking light armor set I should say. And that's what I often go with there. And I'll probably do that this time as well. In terms of, well, when I say this time, I mean when I actually do a dexterity build in this series, that's what I mean to say. I won't be doing it for this particular dexterity build, while this is a dexterity build. It's not the dexterity build that I'll be doing for this livestream series, so... Thought I'd kill these guys just for the extra souls. Not really many souls at all, but... Yeah, I had a feeling you'd drop something just as I was walking away. What are some other good sets for light builds? A good thing for like a mixed light build was the, or is I should say, I am currently playing the game, we're not going to speak in past tense. But a good piece for like a mixed set would be, can't really remember what it's called, but it's basically the chest piece that you get from the Firelink Firekeeper. Something about the stats, something about the resistances, and maybe even the defense that you can get when fully upgraded, given its weight, is one of the most ideal for light builds in the game. But it doesn't look amazing, and quite frankly, I don't really want to be killing the Firekeeper. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, I should have guessed, honestly. Should have fucking guessed. Yeah, well, I'm sure that's really the intended way to fight the Flame Lurker. And I'll definitely do that in the future. It's a cleaner way, I mean, that's the funny thing, like, Water Veil and Flame Resistance Ring is just a cleaner way to get an easy fight with the Flame Lurker. I did go up here, where did I end up? That's right, I remember where I was going. For a moment I forgot where the hell I was even going. But, I can't believe I fucking died in the depths, but... Again, just need to separate myself from the frustration. Just live with it, Doomlink. You've got nothing to prove anymore. But anyway, when I was cheesing the Flame Lurker, I would always need to allocate at least a few points into getting enough intelligence to cast the Soul Arrow, even if it wasn't a magic build. But in this case, you do it for Water Veil, which is just better. So in other words, you are, even with a non-magic build, allocating some magic/intelligence to cast Water Veil. But you're not cheesing quite so heavily, you're just making it so that you can still fight the enemy, just not while taking as much damage. Yeah, pink men with torches clearly are no fun. Well, don't target that guy. I mean, that is not what I was looking for. Definitely doing the longer ranged attack here. It's not that long range, Doomlink. Take it easy. Alrighty. Can you fuck off with your crap? Shouldn't have done the slower long-ranged attack when he was already in my range. I've got a dog to contend with here. Can you fuck off? He jumps down there, now I can't really get to him. I can get to him, but... Oh, he's going to go up those stairs anyway. You're reasonably well designed. Bit better than some Demon Souls AI anyway. Well, that's right, Vernon. There are some classes that don't start with magic attunement. So this guy can be backstabbed. I don't think he can be riposted. I mean, did you fucking see that? That's just stupid. The chest just over there is the one that we have come here for. We could also... Oh, you're really pissing me off. We could also go and rescue the Pyromancer, but I don't know if I'm going to bother doing that. Sometimes I just do it for the sake of it, but I don't know if I really want to bother. Because I will literally get no use out of it, so I probably won't do it. But this chest is essentially required for the game. You could technically finish the game without it, but I don't think you'd want to be completely honest. It wouldn't be an issue, like, let's say for instance, you picked up one of the Black Knight weapons before you got to this point, and you had no intention of using any other weapon, sure. You wouldn't need this Ember, but still. I wouldn't recommend it. So, level up with these souls, just one level up. I don't know if I will get you as far as 25 dexterity before focusing on other stuff. Apparently those butchers are female. Well, I've got no idea. I've never heard that before. That's new. They could be, you never know, but... The sound that they make, that doesn't sound very feminine to me. Well, they don't have to be feminine, obviously. They're clearly not feminine. You just look at them and you can tell. What I mean to say is that I don't think a woman could make that sound. Hello, Juvenator. Spider Stone will drop from the crystal lizard that appears in 2.1. In terms of getting Spider Stone outside of that, obviously you've just got the regular pickups, and then I think you're forced to maybe kill scale miners or something, and yeah, the drop rate's pretty low. But just make sure that you've... Oh, you farmed that lizard. Just checking in case you hadn't done that. Yeah, unfortunately that's the only lizard in the whole world that actually drops Spider Stone, which is annoying, but... What I would recommend generally is if you're going to get Spider Stone in a run, you'll get your world to pure black and then farm that crystal lizard. I actually got incredible results from killing that crystal lizard in pure black before it can despawn. I'll put a point into vitality. And I have 1 humanity in my counter, which is nice. I think I might go and get that Firekeeper Soul in New Londo Ruins. Actually, what I'll do, I can get more Transient Curse once I'm down there. There's still a pot that contains 4 or 6. I think it's 4. Could be 6, but I think 4 is more realistic. There's one pot that gives you 2 to start with, and then there's another pot just a little further into New Londo Ruins that gives you 4 or 6. So, we still have 1, because we used 1 and then I cancelled the the venture, because it seemed a bit too dangerous for what I was going to get out of it. But I'm just doing this before we go to Blighttown. This is a Firekeeper Soul that you can get in the beginning of the game, as I mentioned last time. So because you can get it so early on, I think I would rather get it now than later on when I actually go through New Londo Ruins. New Londo Ruins is not a place that you have to go to for a while. There are a lot of places I would need to complete before needing to be here. So these guys are not going to pose too much of a threat now that we actually have an upgraded Rapier to deal with them. Last time I was using an unupgraded bandit knife at like soul level 6 or some crap like that. Something stupid like that. I don't know the starting soul level of this class, but it was something in that region. Alright, I'm going to try to kill you. It's very dangerous to do this because of that bridge, but for these guys I'm going to use this ranged attack, the two-handed R2. Just makes life easier, and I can also hit multiple. There you go. Now, one thing to be aware of here is that you've got terrible wall recovery on that archway. If you have auto wall recovery off, it will lessen the risk. But if you just walk through there, your camera will change and you'll just walk straight off that fucking bridge. It's really dumb. But that's what you have to deal with, unfortunately. I could use a Homeward Bone, should I? I do have access to a vendor that sells them now, so I guess I'll just use one. It saves me time. Yeah, it is what it is, Vernon. They reward preparation. Like, if you are like looking ahead, planning a build. I mean, it's not just in Demon Souls, it's in any game. You are always rewarded for planning ahead with your build, so... But it's not a big deal. You'll still be able to get Spider Stone, it just won't be quite so easy. Okay, let's go and give that Firekeeper Soul to the Firekeeper. You can see that our Estus Flask is now at +2. In terms of carrying more Estus Flasks, the way it works in this game is that you will only be able to offer humanity to a bonfire to get it to +10 normally. To get it to plus 15 and plus 20, you require an item called the Rite of Kindling, which drops from a boss that you can either fight early on or later on. It's a boss that does ultimately need to be killed, but you don't really need to kill the boss in the early game unless you want the Rite of Kindling in the early game. But I've never really felt a need for more than 10 Estus Flasks in the early game, so, I mean, it's an option for you, but basically the boss in there, in the Catacombs, is one of the easiest bosses in the series. He's very low level. I think the reason why is because they want to let him... They want him to be killable for those who feel the need to use the Rite of Kindling in the early game. Like, imagine you're struggling so much that you need, like, 15 to 20 Estus Flasks. Can't fucking... I mean, I don't know if making that stupid noise was in any way helpful. Probably not. But for some reason I can't fucking enunciate properly. But obviously, if you're struggling so much with the game that you feel the need to have that many Estus Flasks, you can't be killing a boss that's difficult, can you? I think that's the logic. Oh god, I got hit by the other guy too. You can backstab these guys, and I might do that. Because this is getting dumb. Just do a roll backstab on him. Not like the cleanest roll backstab in the world, but... yeah, these guys are not all that fun. But if you're dealing with a build that doesn't have as much mobility as mine, fishing for backstabs works fairly well. Oh, I'm not used to the fact that they do have a longer invulnerability period when getting up in this game. In Demon Souls, they have a very short invulnerability period. Here, it's almost the whole stand-up animation, see? That's something I need to get used to. So Dung Pie is weird. Dung Pie will apply... I don't think it's toxin, I think it's poison. It will apply poison to whoever you throw it at, but it will also deal half of that poison build up to you. I think it's about half. I mean, half is just a guess, but it's not the full effectiveness of the Dung Pie that the enemy will receive. Getting him right in the arsehole, by the way. He's not going to be shitting for a while. Well, he's never going to shit again because he's dead, but, you know. Hey Ethan, good to see you. Yeah, I'm recording on the PS3, and we're just coming into Blighttown, so the performance in here is going to be disgusting, but... yeah. Ugh. If I'm ever getting really bad performance, I'll just try to change the camera angle, because... that sometimes helps. Like, if you look at something else, like, for instance, see... oh, god. Anyway. It is what it is. But yeah, that's Blighttown on the PS3, and it's pretty much the same on the Xbox 360, but... oh, god. It gets a little bit better as you go further down. Oh. Icky. I think it's because when you're up there, you're trying to render so much at one time. When we get further down here, I think there's less to render. Oh, god. No, it doesn't get much better, does it? Fucking hell. Can you believe that a game came out on the PlayStation 3 that runs this terribly on it? It's kind of shocking, isn't it? That's what it is. Maybe it's very cinematic for you, but for me, maybe it's not cinematic at all for you, but the point is that it's always worse when you're playing it versus when you're actually watching it, but... let's go and reverse hollowing, or conduct reverse hollowing. We're doing this so that we can be invaded by Man-Eater Mildred, who will be summonable once we've killed the invader, for the coming boss. Can you go away? Can't wait to be out of Blighttown. Here we go. So usually, just for a number of reasons, I like to fight Man-Eater Mildred in here. She will come after us. I'd like to deal with these bugs, but might not be able to do that. Get her right in the stomach. Actually, that's more like in the chest region. There we go, managed to get the bugs. And that's Man-Eater Mildred dead. Give me the butcher's knife and your humanity, I suppose. So 3 humanity and 1 butcher knife. The butcher knife is one of the better weapons for a light strength build in the game. You would not use a butcher knife if you wanted to do a heavy strength build. There would be no reason to do that. But in the case of the light strength builds that you might want to do, butcher's knife is very nice. You can see that when we are in the poison swamp we lose our Darkwood Green Ring flip because we have reduced mobility in general. The build information is in the title of the stream, Vernon. Not Vernon, Ethan. Oh shit, fuck off. But yeah, it's a Parrying Dagger Thief build. This is the build that I've been trying to fucking do for this livestream series for ages. But this is the 3rd time I'm redoing it because all of the recordings prior to this point were recordings I wasn't really happy with. Usually on a visual level, everything else was fine, but visually it never worked out for me because of my PC setup. But let's go and have one of those purple moss clumps that I have collected from the tree people. Of course we want to still be alive here as we come to the boss so that we can summon Man-Eater Mildred. We could use one of our gold pine resins for this. It's not going to be a huge boost in damage, I will mention. There's some treasure in Witch Hole. Whatever it is, it's not something that I ever picked up in the past, so... I also walked past some large Titanite shards, but I'll go back for them. We'll just skip this, probably. Oh, it seems to want to play, never mind. Come on. She's going to do a jump on top of me, which I fortunately avoided. I like how both of those just missed entirely. God, the damage I'm dealing to her is almost nothing, which is why... No, Man-Eater Mildred, please do not go into the lava. I kind of need your help here. Because the damage I'm dealing is almost non-existent. Almost non-existent. Can you maybe stop that? I will use gold pine resin here. In fact, I might use the 2 that I have. I can barely see what I'm doing. She obviously jumped back onto me. Now you can see the damage that I'm dealing now is still shit, but it's less shit. Now, I don't know if I can continue, like, this build. I'll see if the Xbox can run this a little better. I mean, you never know, it might be my PS3, which is the reason why this is running so poorly. Maybe my PS3 is just getting a bit old. But, seriously. I can't do another build in the PS3 version. I mean, this is not cinematic, this is just shit. I mean, the whole game's not going to be like this necessarily. I mean, this is the particularly bad part of the game, but I can't do this again. It's ridiculous. Yeah, both, as Jenny says. And I think we will use the other gold pine resin, because honestly, don't go there. Fucking hell. But yeah, I don't really use the gold pine resin, or I'm not going to get too much use out of it after this point, so I may as well just use what I have. Man-Eater Mildred is now dead, so it's all on me. It is now up to me to deal the rest of the damage needed to kill Quelaag, which is not filling me with confidence because... Oh dear, get out of the way of that. It's not filling me with confidence because I really am not dealing much damage, but provided I stay alive, we'll be fine. I just need to be aware of where the lava is, see how the lava is over on that side. If we roll into that lava, it's not going to be good at all. It's going to be a very bad time. Oops. Yeah, most of the issue here is having to deal with the lava and all of this. I mean, it's just awful. Get out of the fucking lava. She's literally holding me there. There is nothing more fucking infuriating than what I just experienced. She literally had me stuck between the lava in front of her and her stupid legs, so basically I've wasted humanity to start with. I've also wasted the 2 gold pine resins that I had, so now what am I to do? Yeah, exactly what I mean. But the thing is that I really did just get shat on, basically. Now I am forced to use this weapon at an even weaker level to kill this fucking annoying monster. It's an annoying boss. And of course, it wasn't like a nice, legitimate death. That was a shit death. It was completely shit. Yeah, I'll be poking her to death, alright. It's going to take forever. Literally forever. Maybe not literally forever. Because literally forever means forever, but still. Yeah, exactly. That's what it fucking feels like. What hole are you talking about, Jenny? I probably know of it, but... Anyway. No immediate hole in my path anyway. Summoning man-eater Mildred, of course the issue with her is that she ends up just dying anyway to the fucking lava. Oh, you were making a Patches joke, right. I'm not sure how that related to what I was doing, that's why I didn't pick up on it. Yes, I did upgrade this. This is the highest upgrade. I mean, I don't have any large Titanite shards, so I wasn't able to give the large ember to Andrea Pastora and upgrade this further. It's currently sitting at +5. But, yeah, we just have to take it nice and slow. Again, surviving usually isn't an issue with this boss, but it does become an issue when you get trapped between her legs and lava. Stupid boss. Stupid boss. I'm just doing the regular R1 two-handed because I don't want to be committing to anything. Like, you know, for instance, can you get the fuck out of that lava, man-eater Mildred? Get out of it! I need your assistance for this fight. I really do. And don't allow yourself to stay in there. Like, she's literally getting flinch-locked in that crap. Look at her fucking health. Oh my god. Alright. Now focus on dealing damage. Man-eater Mildred, I need your assistance for this fight. Okay. Now I'll stand behind Quelaag so that she turns this way. So that the fight is turned away from the fucking lava, and Man-eater Mildred takes that hit as well. I think she's performing worse than the last time. And I think... Well, speaking of performing worse... What the fuck am I doing with myself? What? I don't even... That attack is not something that I usually deal with. That's not a common attack, what she just did. Maybe it's just... Maybe it just happens to be that I usually don't have to deal with it. God. Why am I so cursed? Every time I fucking record this game, it just doesn't go right. Every fucking time. It's unbelievable. There's something about this game. I can play Demon Souls until the cows come home and never have a fucking problem, but this game, nah. Something about it. I could literally hang myself upside down and play this game blindfolded, But as soon as I'm recording, all hell fucking breaks loose. And dumb shit happens. It's ridiculous. This game is fucking cursed. Alright, what am I doing? Too busy ranting. Need to go and conduct reverse hollowing with this humanity that I'm wasting. And then we'll be all good. No, we won't be all good. We'll be waiting to fail again, probably. Unfucking-leavable. Classic fucking... blow me. Fuck this game sometimes. There's just something about it, I don't know. Why does it cause me this grief when I'm fucking recording? It's never an issue, normally. Anyway. Part of my frustration is dealing with this poor performance as well. It's not something that I really want. Of course, rolling through here is much faster than trying to run through it. That is the benefit of having a light-moving build for this. About to use my last fucking purple moss clump. Beautiful. Just the way I fucking like it. Love wasting all my stuff because I'm actually having to retry this boss. Again, the only reason why any of this is happening is because I got stuck in a really stupid way when I was last fighting her, or when I was first fighting her. Didn't make any goddamn sense. Not waiting for Mildred to appear. Now you can see that even with gold pine resin it did make a difference. Without gold pine resin it's just slower again. I might actually do the strong attacks here because I didn't want to commit to any long animations. Why the fuck is that launching me so far back? Stop that. But, yeah, this is... I don't know. Can't even make a decision on what I actually want to do. Don't push me into the lava with your fucking body. Get away. See, again, almost got hit by that. The only reason why I didn't, I was stuck in her legs again. The only reason why that didn't happen is because I have the mobility of the dark wood grain ring. It's literally the only reason why I didn't get hit by that. Stop fucking doing that. It's all on Man-Eater Mildred, though. She's the one that's going to make or break this fight. May as well top up my health. Because maybe I'd be able to take a heavy hit with full health, I don't know. My health is getting whittled down pretty easily, though. Get over here, Mildred. Haven't had this kind of trouble with Quelaag in a long time. And there are a lot of things... What? What the fuck hit me? Literally nothing. I was actually outside of the range of that, and then somehow... See, that is the shit that fucking killed me last time. I was out of the range of it. I'm stuck in her legs. I'm literally... Are you watching that? Are you seeing me stuck in her legs? That is not a boss fight. That is a joke. That is a bug, is what that is. It's a fucking travesty. Get the fuck out of here. Soul of Quelaag. Waste of my time. Unbelievable. Getting stuck in her legs constantly. What a joke. It's not a boss fight. I'm getting hit by dumb shit that, like, you know, literally outside the range of the attack, I'm taking the hit. I'm getting stuck in her legs. Man-Eater Mildred's useless. I mean, happened to be somewhat useful that time. I mean, overall, terrible fucking experience. Dumb. And all the while, the fucking frame rate is just in the toilet. I'd rather put a needle in my eye. I will answer with yes. I'm gonna kill Ceaseless Discharge. God, fuck this thing. Fuck this whole thing. Alright, go. So, am I leveling up with these souls, or what am I doing? I guess I'd better. At this rate, if I kept these souls on hand and killed Ceaseless Discharge, I might fucking lose them for some stupid reason. Something beyond my comprehension. Again, leaving Endurance at 15 because I don't think I need it higher. Should I really make a decision on an armor set? I can't really think of a decent armor set off the top of my head, so I might look at a list. It's always easier to just see a list, you know. Dark Souls Wiki. Come on. The fandom.com? I didn't know there was a fandom.com wiki. It's fairly stylized. Runs like shit though. What the hell? This is an absolute... That is a bomb of a wiki. What a disgusting wiki. I guess I'll use Vextra Live. Oh, the Dark Souls Remastered wiki, right. Yeah. Sounds about right, doesn't it? Alright, armor, come on. I'm gonna get a list of armor. Something that would be appropriate for a build of this kind. I guess something that would be appropriate would be the Painting Guardian set, but that really is almost no defense. I don't like using the Moonlight set for things that aren't magic based. Wouldn't use the Witch set either. Well, I could use the Painting Guardian set. It would be really kind of awful, because again, the defense is just miserable, but I think stylistically that's what I would want. The full set is in the Painted World. I guess you can't get them from the actual enemies themselves. Quelaag is a fun fight if your game's not running at 5 FPS and if you're not glitching on her legs. So, there you go. So, if I'm going to use the Painting Guardian set, I really don't need more endurance than this. This is fine. I'll take Vitality to 25, and then I'll leave Vitality alone for a while, and I'll increase my Dexterity next time. That's the wrong way, don't we? Don't let this angry Aussie deter you. Dark Souls 1 is amazing, yeah. It's just... going back to this poor performance is just rough. And to be honest, I don't think it was this bad in the past. I think my PS3 is just getting old. I honestly think that's what it is. I don't think... I mean, the performance was fucking bad, but it wasn't that bad, come on. Like, I don't recall the Quelaag fight being that fucking low performance. But maybe it was, and I just didn't notice. Maybe... well, I probably noticed, but I just lived with it, didn't question it. I've been very spoiled by playing on PC. Alright. So there's no actual boss confrontation right now, because we haven't triggered it yet. I will take the gold hemmed set, because I think it would be better than this right now, unless I wanted to upgrade this, but you know what, I think I will use the gold hemmed set, because I don't want to upgrade anything that's not the Painting Guardian set, so I'd be better off with that. Could have also picked up the Crimson Robes in Blighttown, but I'll get this gold hemmed set. Yes, I'm doing the Ceaseless Discharge cheese. It's not cheese though, it's actually intended. There's no reason to fight Ceaseless Discharge any other way, so... I wouldn't be fighting him at this point in the game if I wasn't going to kill him in that way. because it would take way too fucking long. Imagine poking him to death. Could you imagine? I don't have such low self-respect that I'm gonna subject myself to such misery. Okay. Should be able to make it just fine. Even with medium level builds, or medium weight builds I should say. So not quite heavy. But you'll still make it with a medium build, but heavy you might have a bit of a tough time. Yeah, I've really outrun him. I do seem to remember that, Ethan. Now, he can actually see that effect that is created. That can actually hit you. It's kind of weird, but if you stand by the actual fog gate, you will be safe. Actually, we can watch him fall. There you go. And that's just some extra souls at this point in the game. And then this lava will clear. That boss is required, just not at this point in the game. It's required to access Lost Izalith, but Lost Izalith will be much later on. Let's skip that. Yeah, this place, I mean, all of Lost Izalith is going to be awful as well because of all the lava effect. I mean, ugh. Why did I do a build in the PS3 version? I mean, it might have been the same in the Xbox 360 version, but it was my intention to do the Xbox 360 version regardless. So, I don't think I want the Soul of Quailang for anything. I don't believe so. I think the only real uses are Chaos Blade, Quailang's Fury Sword, and that's probably it. I mean, there might be one other thing that I'm missing because I've since forgotten, but I don't think I'll be getting anything out of it, so I will probably consume it for souls. Did I ever find a working controller? Well, I stopped looking because I don't know where the hell it's gone. The wired controller is just actually gone, and in terms of, like, I'm not going to get an actual new controller. What I'm going to do, because I'm pretty sure it's the battery pack, like the thing in the back, there's something wrong with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a rechargeable battery pack, which seems to exist. I didn't even know that existed, but you can actually get a rechargeable thing that's compatible with Xbox 360 controllers, and you don't have to waste batteries and all that, and that would confirm whether or not it's a problem with the controller itself. I will consume Quailang's Soul. When you do consume the souls of the bosses you find in this game, you will be able to level up a lot more, like noticeably more, than you would otherwise. Maybe not, probably wouldn't be super noticeable if you only consumed one or two here and there, but if you're consuming the vast majority of the souls, if not all of them, yeah, you'll notice a big difference in your build's progression. So we're going to make our way back to the Undead Parish to take on Sen's Fortress. I will actually take a little bit of time to pick up large Titanite. I'm not going to spend a really long time doing it. I'm going to pick up the large Titanite that's actually on a corpse in this area of Blighttown, and then I will also, just a little bit, kill the weird slugs that have a chance to drop them. Or leeches, I don't know what you'd call them, a bit like leeches. I usually don't do it, but for a weapon like this I think I need to. Again, it's mostly focused on critical damage, so it's not really an issue that it's low damage output for most confrontations, but for confrontations where I can't deal critical damage, yeah, it's kind of awful. I'm going to avoid the boulder throwing, whatever they're called. I don't actually know the names of those enemies, but the point is that they have boulders and they can roll them and throw them and do terrible things. And I don't want to deal with them right now. Well, what I'd recommend doing, Vernon, is actually checking online to see what the boss soul can do for you, and then consuming it if you're not going to actually use it. Because you are kind of castrating your build by hoarding souls that you may not even use. At least I feel that way. You will notice a big difference in just, you know, the extra 2 level ups each time you level up, like each level up session. Even if it's 1 extra, I mean, it's going to make a difference in the long run for your builds, so. So, that was just 1 on that, yeah. Just checking. So I'm making my way to the entrance to the Great Hollow. But we're not actually going to go there. I'm just going to kill the enemies that are in the area. Just before you go up the tree trunk. Alright, catch you later, Ethan. Ugh. Alright, so these enemies are the ones that I was talking about. They have a chance to drop large Titanite shards and green Titanite. Typically, they are farmed for green Titanite shards, but if you want large Titanite, that's also an option. I suppose what I can do is I can actually use the bonfire just up here. I can't homeward bone back to Firelink anyway because I haven't rested at that bonfire recently, so why did I pick that up? Oh, stop that. But yeah, seeing as though I'm going to be doing a lot of manual travelling anyway, may as well use this bonfire to my benefit. God, it's a bit of a longer journey than I thought. Technically easier than the bonfire in the tunnel, or whatever you'd call that. Could get the Chloranthy ring. That might be an idea, you know. The Chloranthy ring is inside like a tree trunk. Like a hollowed out tree trunk. No, that's right, I do have 2 ring slots, that's right. I don't know why, I thought that I was only using 1 ring slot, but I do have 2 rings that I would like to keep. I do see great value in the Wolf's ring. And the Darkwood Grain Ring flip is something that I would like to use for this build. I won't be using the Darkwood Grain Ring flip for my Dexterity build. So, I'd like to use it here. Well, I guess if you're soul grinding, then yeah. There's no real need for them, that's true. Should I bother getting that? Oh, there's more of them down there. Okay, that's good to know. I'd forgotten about them. I'll go and kill them too, how about that? What the fuck? How did that attack not even make contact with you? Ugh. Not getting anything from them at the moment. We'll see what this item is. Here's hoping that it's large Titanite that I've forgotten about. Not even getting green Titanite from these guys. Also, that's a green Titanite shard there. I was close. Oh my god, the fucking frame rate. It's actually like around 5. Or it was back there. It's fucking awful. I'm probably only going to do 2 more of these runs. I don't know what I'm hoping for, really. Obviously, large Titanite, but I don't think I'm going to get any, really. How about I just have this be the last run, and then I'll make my way to Firelink Shrine after that. I don't know where I just got those souls from. I just picked up souls from something. Something died. Don't know what it was. Very odd. I'm just gonna get my OBS window up again. Alrighty. Yeah, I think this is going to be... I'm going to keep this build in the series, I think, but this has shown me that I really need to wait until I can comfortably record PC to do this. Ugh. Unless it is better on Xbox, but I don't think it would be. You know, my Xbox isn't that much newer than my PlayStation, so I feel like there could be performance issues with that too. God, I hate the fact that they are so low to the ground, because I keep on trying to attack them and it just goes over them. Come on. There we go. Well, that was a bit of a time-wasting exercise, wasn't it? I didn't get anything out of any of that, except for like one shard of Titanite that was just on the ground anyway. So, that kind of sucked. Maybe that's why I don't bother doing that, usually. That's fine, most of the enemies that we'll be fighting in Sen's Fortress will be able to be parried and backstabbed, so we will be doing just fine damage with our Rapier, especially as it's leveled up to +6. I will rest at this bonfire here, in case something weird does happen. I may as well return to this bonfire, you know, than the one all the way in the Great Hollow. Well, I played it on the 360 as well, I mean, you have to understand, but what I mean to say is that I don't know how my actual physical console will hold up. Because again, I really don't think that it was this bad in the past. I think my actual PlayStation has deteriorated or something. Admittedly, it's not much better than this, but God, it's like on another level right now. In this Blighttown area. That thing there will also cause trouble with your camera, so just be aware of it. I guess we'll get the Firekeeper Soul. May as well. But it's usually something that I like to homeward bone out of, like that general area. Okay. Might not be necessary to homeward bone out of there, but we'll see. I don't like these red dogs, but part of the reason why I'm not even bothering to attack them is because I just had an experience with those slug things where I can't remember how to get down from here. Yeah, you know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna have to homeward bone out for sure. Okay. Just wanted to get that Firekeeper Soul while I was in the area. There's no point coming back later. In fact, I'd like to avoid this place like the plague. Purely for the fact that it is just so terrible in its performance. So, we haven't given our large ember to Andrea Vestora just yet, but we will once we get over there. And I need to remember to give that Firekeeper Soul to the Firekeeper of Firelink Shrine. Because if you do recall, I did keep on forgetting to give that Firekeeper Soul that I got in the Undead Parish to the Firekeeper, for reasons that I don't even understand myself. So I'll try to keep away from this asshole with his blow darts, because he can deal toxin to you. You can take one, as you can see, but anything more than that, and you will be toxic, and you can only remove toxin from your body with a blooming purple moss clump, and I don't have any of those, so I would have to deal with losing lots of health from here until almost Firelink Shrine, probably. Unless it took me forever to get past this point with these fat, creepy enemies. So it'll just be 1 to start with, and then it's 2 further on. Hello. Yeah, it's more like the tailbone, it's not quite the arse crack, you know. The arse crack. There you go. Just above the arse crack. Alright. I feel like I would like to kill them. Actually, maybe it's a bit too much effort to kill both of them. But here I am anyway. Can't help myself, you know. In certain situations, the game does become easier when you don't target. I find that with bosses as well. Some bosses are easier not to target because the way the game actually ends up moving your camera. Like, so let's say for instance, some confrontations will dictate the way in which you will be standing in relation to the enemy. And in some cases that's actually quite detrimental to your success. That's not necessarily the case with these enemies, but I do find that with some bosses, it's a good thing to do if you keep on dying to a boss in Souls. Just try it without targeting. Can actually help. I've had a few situations like that. Not so much in this game, I think in Dark Souls 3 I found a lot of use there. Found a lot of use in not targeting. Maybe in Dark Souls 2 as well. There's no real reason to go further into the Valley of Drakes. I'm just going to use it as a passageway, essentially. Oh, what the fuck was that? The camera doing its own thing, of course. I usually send the elevator up because it's sort of a habit, something that I usually did in the past, and it does help in some situations, but like when you die. But if you're manually coming back up, you do have to make sure that you pull that lever, otherwise you'll be walking into an empty shaft and you'll die. Why was there never a Demon Souls 2? That's what I always wondered. I don't know. I'm sure Miyazaki has spoken of that. Oh, fuck me. I can't even see what I'm doing because the camera is just doing its own thing. Like, if that was confusing for you, it was just as confusing, if not more, for me. Because I'm the one playing the game and all of a sudden, my view has just snapped into something different entirely. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Alright. Back in familiar territory. We will make our way to the Andre Uvastora NPC. Give him the large ember and upgrade our Rapier. You know, one of my more recent runs through this game, and it was extremely annoying. I actually did everything that I did just here, got to Sen's Fortress, and realized that I'd forgotten to ring the bell. So I had to go all the way back. Oh, it was the most annoying shit. I must have been distracted by something else, and I was so annoyed. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. So I had to go all the way back to Quelaag. I think it was with Ethan, honestly. And because that was the last time I was playing through, I think. It was about a year ago. Extremely annoying. That guy's doing a... it is definitely a heavy build, but he doesn't have super heavy armor. It was the Stone Great Shield and the Demon's Great Axe. The Demon's Great Axe isn't quite as good as the Demon Great Machete, but it's still a very good strength weapon.
Hardly wait to get started.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you might have to play it to really get an appreciation for it then, but it's definitely different to Demon Souls. Very different. What am I doing? I'm modifying equipment to Rapier +6. And then once you've modified to +6, then you can upgrade from the screen. But I don't have any more large Titanite shards. Don't get yourself killed. I will try. It is now time for us to make our way to and through Sen's Fortress. He's hoping parrying dagger doesn't cause issues for me. Because again, I'm not sure about the parrying dagger being helpful. I seem to perform better without it. But you never know. We'll see what happens. Just be aware of that pressure plate. I'd like to just get one of you at a time. Beautiful, that's what I was hoping for. Well, I probably should have gone for a backstab there. Didn't really happen. Come on. I think I've pissed off the other one. With all my rolling around. If both of them are around, or both of them are coming after me, here we go, this works. That actually was very fortunate because the other one jumped back. I will poke you to kill you, because you've basically got no health. Come on. These guys have a low chance to drop the weapons that they wield. It is the Man Serpent Greatsword. It's alright fully upgraded, it's not amazing, but I use it in certain builds. Not like heavy strength builds, basically. Usually for lighter builds. There are some Prowling Demons down there. That's kind of your best place to get Demon Titanite until you reach the respawning Prowling Demon in Lost Islith. And, yeah. There's one in particular there. It's the last one you come across that's actually quite difficult to kill. You know, I'm really not impressed with that. I'm at risk of being attacked by ranged magic. Fortunately, that didn't happen. You know what I'm thinking is happening with the parrying dagger? I don't think it's actually... What the fuck? Stop that. I think it's actually not rewarding the same timing. I think it actually incentivizes you to use it a little too early. Stupid crap. Let's go here. Ideally, this guy's magic will hit the axes and... let me just push him further in. Maybe I can get him killed by that. That's what I was hoping for. Got a pressure plate there. I mean, this is a terrible place to go through if you're not familiar with all the pressure plates and all the weird crap. It's a very annoying place to go through. He's about to be taken out. Actually, he's going to come after me, so it would be safer to fight him. Oh, don't fall there. Ah! Fucking annoying. Dumb shit like that. Dumb shit like that is what... This is what's been happening in this whole fucking recording. Dumb deaths. Not this recording, but this one and the previous one. Dumb fucking deaths. I've never died that way. Never in all my hours of playing this fucking game have I died in that way. That is new. And I didn't even intend to jump there. That was just because, you know, double tapping circle makes you jump, and sometimes you do that accidentally by running. I didn't intend to fucking jump there. It was dumb. Stupid death. Absolutely unrelated to anything skill-based. Absolutely unrelated. Pure stupidity is what that was. And it's a waste of my fucking time. Unbelievable. What a joke. Anyway. Not gonna... I didn't even mean to jump there. That just happened. Anyway. Whatever. Best to just push on. Forgot to get this item, actually. That's a good soul of a brave warrior there. Or a good soul. And it is the soul of a brave warrior. Rakan's Rapier is going to be accessible a bit further on. And, I don't know if I'm really going to make use of it. I could possibly infuse it with, like, lightning or something like that. Get a lightning Rakan's Rapier going. Why are you still alive? Can you fucking tell me why 2 attacks after a riposta still didn't kill you, even though it's killed every fucking enemy I fought up until this point? 2 one-handed R1s after riposta killed all the others, so what the fuck is going on? Don't know. Got no fucking idea, and that's the classic. That right there is the classic. You get pushed into the fucking axe by that dickhead's magic. Seriously, what the fuck is going on? Why can I not do simple things today? Why is this happening? I don't know. First act, or second axe bridge of the fucking Sense Fortress location and I'm falling off it. Pathetic. Absolutely fucking pathetic. Let's get these man-eaters taken care of, and we will absolutely push on through Sen's Fortress, hopefully with a successful run this time. Fucking waste of my time. Just do the fucking backstab. Stop, like, what are you doing? Just do the backstab. Got a roll backstab opportunity, you're not even taking it. Hello. Just fucking do it. Missed the backstab apparently, come on. I hate that shit. Don't know why I'm trying to parry the head attack. Sort of like a habit, I guess, to parry whatever he does. So I don't know how many souls I lost. It wasn't like an amazing amount. I lost the humanity in my counter. That's probably the most annoying thing that I lost. But outside of that, it's not too bad. See, getting hit by the magic from that guy up there is really annoying. In fact, just him casting magic in general is extremely annoying. What happened with the camera there? No fucking idea. No fucking idea. Let's get into the center. If we can. Okay. Again, well, I actually got behind him. I'll just kill you with that. Easy. Good night. You gonna give me anything? No. Managed to walk straight past him there, and that doesn't always work because it's not consistent. Is that guy gonna be coming? Maybe not. Maybe that man-eater doesn't actually respawn. Or man-serpent, excuse me. You are coming straight after me. That AI is completely random also. Sometimes he will pursue you, sometimes he will not. Oftentimes he pursues you when you're already in here and he comes from behind and you get boxed in. You mean he's not dead? He's nowhere to be seen. Or whatever. You gonna step into these? Well, you almost did. What mage? No, he died alright. He was absolutely dead. Dead as a doornail. Anyway. It's worth noting that the boulders will change direction. Oh, I hate that. You try to do the run too soon, you end up walking into the boulder. Just touching the boulder is dangerous, so don't do that. Now, I will get the gold serpent ring here. This is really annoying. This is a really dumb part of the game. Basically, you have to actually make eye contact, like in-game, with the hole down here, otherwise these boulders will not fill the hole. They will just disappear from existence. They will roll into nothing. So once you've seen the hole, you can then go back up and fill the hole. I sort of understand why. It's because they don't want the hole to be filled up automatically. But come on, where do the boulders go then? They just phase out of existence or something. It's really dumb. Anyway, I don't know if there's anything useful by Big Hat Logan. Big Hat Logan! Ugh, fucking enunciate, dickhead. Big Hat Logan probably has some souls nearby, but, like for instance, there's probably a cage that you can open with a soul inside. I think it is the case, but I don't think I want to take the time to go over there. Big Hat Logan isn't really worth rescuing unless you have a magic build. And we'll shift you over to the side. Alrighty. So this will give me access to a very useful ring. I'm not going to be using it immediately. It's just going to be necessary if I'll be grinding enemies. This is the gold serpent ring. May as well do it while I'm here, that's the idea. And we are most of the way through Sen's Fortress. We've got, I think, 2 more axe bridges to go. You can actually just run straight through here and not take a hit, but I don't trust this instance of the game. Things that have never happened before are happening, so I'd like to play it safe. Soul of a Brave Warrior? Well, I can live with that. Or live without it, I should say. But I was thinking it was a soul like that. Okay, you're not giving me anything of interest. These guys, I can't really riposta. I can backstab them, but I can't really do it there. There we go. Rakan's Rapier has a very different R2. Sort of like a swift poking animation. Now, I never use dung bombs, I meant fire bombs. I never use fire bombs, but usually I've accumulated more than one. Do I really only have one fire bomb? Usually I have more than that, but not today apparently. Am I really going to be doing this axe bridge with this guy alive? Is that really going to happen? Do I have anything that can deal ranged damage to him? I could try poisoning him. Maybe that could work. So, oh, it turns enemies toxic. Interesting. Well, I could try that. Are you toxic? Doesn't look like it. And it's definitely not half the effectiveness. Turns out that was going a bit far. Do you turn toxic eventually? Or are you resistant to that? He might be resistant. I've never tried. Oh, there we go. He's toxic now. So this is what has to be done, sadly, because I don't have the fire bombs to kill him. And I don't want to leave him alive while I'm going across this axe bridge. Usually I use fire bombs, but I don't really have any at the moment, so don't know what the fuck's going on there. Alright, so hopefully this will kill him. I don't think he'll stop being toxic before he dies. Yeah, he's gonna die. So very important to kill him. Not absolutely essential, but it makes a big difference to your experience. That's the sound of my phone going hoo hoo, if you heard that. Hoo hoo. Actually, did he drop anything? Oh, he fell down anyway. Okay. So, we are about to access the first bonfire of Sen's Fortress. It is a hidden bonfire. It is really awful for people who don't know where they're going in this area, and people who are not following a walkthrough in general, because it is well and truly hidden, and it's a very nasty thing for them to do. I mean, that's the ultimate troll of Dark Souls, really. It is the hidden bonfire of Sen's Fortress. Not a problem if you're following a walkthrough, but yeah. And for me, when I got up to, I think when I found the boss, before I took on the boss, I think I googled where the bonfire of Sen's Fortress is, because I realized that this wasn't right. I realized, no, there must be a bonfire that I missed. Where is it? So I stood somewhere safe, and I checked online. Will I get the cage key? Probably. But for now, actually, shit, what am I doing with myself? I would need Iron Tarkus. Not that I need him, but I would like Iron Tarkus. How about that? That makes more sense. Alright, let's go and get the cage key while I'm here. You would fail the jump, wouldn't you, you fucking dick? Why is it that I accidentally jump all the fucking time, but when I actually intend to jump, it just refuses to acknowledge that I pressed circle twice? I mean, honestly. I do think it was a good idea to make L3 the jumping button. And that was a good implementation. Double tapping circle is just so problematic. It didn't really bother me when that was the only way to do it. But, as far, yep. Here we go, now I'm actually wasting my time. It's better than falling straight off, I guess. But. Now, there's a vendor over here who sells large titanite shards. I oftentimes use the souls that I get from this boss to buy large titanite from him. Just so that I can get myself up to +10 on the weapon that I'll be using to get through Anor Londo. That's my typical protocol. You cannot jump in Demon Souls. That was something that they introduced in this game. And the fact that they didn't allow you to do that in the remake doesn't surprise me, because the game is not designed for you to jump. So the levels will have nothing that would require you to jump or anything like that. Jumping is just not needed in general. So therefore, they do not give you the ability to jump in the Demon Souls remake. Because I feel that that would require level redesign if they were to have that functionality put into the game. Alright, if I miss this jump then it's not a big deal, but I should make it. No, I didn't make it because apparently, again, the game's like, nope, you didn't just press circle twice. You didn't do that. Fucking stupid shit. So I'm gonna go and get Rakan's Rapier. And then once I get Rakan's Rapier, I think I will use some humanity and summon Iron Tarkus. That was stupid. Come on. Why am I failing the timing on that? I never used to have problems with this. You know what it probably is? I'm no longer used to 30 FPS in this game. It's so much easier to do everything at 60 FPS. So now that I'm back at 30 FPS, everything's just wrong. That might sound far-fetched to some, but believe me, if you go from playing 30 FPS Souls and then do 60 FPS for the first time, it's just, I mean, the difference is night and day. Really hoping for bleed build up here. Don't you dare fucking heal on me, you dick. See, oh, I actually managed to flinch him then. Shockingly. Well, I didn't get my bleed build up in the end. But that's alright. But yeah, seriously, you can just very, very clearly time things better the more frames you can see. It's just how it is. Oh god, love that camera change. Hello, you are literally using a bow and I'm right in front of you. Why am I just walking into that? I don't know if Rakan can heal. He probably can. It's funny because Rakan's Rapier does make a reappearance in the other Souls games, or, well, the other Dark Souls games. But this is actually Rakan, the person the Rapier is named after. And he has a buckler, it seems. If he can heal, then this is going to be very frustrating. Please don't just walk into that. Unfortunately, he has very good poise. Stop with that shit, man. Oh look, he held it. No, I don't want to get caught in that attack. He's not doing much in the way of parrying me. Get out of here. Alright. There is always a moment to praise the sun. I forgot what's in these chests. Divine Blessing. And Rare Ring of Sacrifice. That's very useful. I usually only use it for the Seath death, but it's good to have regardless. Well, you'd hope he knows how to wield a rapier. He's got a very special looking rapier. Now, in terms of what I'll be doing with it, I do think that I will make it a lightning rapier. You can see that it starts off with a better dex scaling earlier on, as compared to the regular rapier, but I believe the end scaling is the same, even if it starts off better with Ricard's. The way it works is Ricard's rapier ends up being slightly worse, I think, compared to this rapier, and the reason why is because Ricard's has a special attack, so to balance it, they make it a little bit worse. It's pretty cool. I do like Ricard's rapier visually. Oh, that's right. That's happening. Oh, I forgot. Too busy poking around. Alright. So, I suppose what I'll do now is get Iron Tarkus. I'll use Iron Tarkus to help with killing the giant. And there's an extra giant also that is behind... I believe he... yeah, I know where he is. I may as well go and kill him. They have a chance to drop large Titanite and Titanite chunks, I think. Mostly Titanite chunks. That's my memory of it. Okay, well, I guess we'll go health. Health is always nice. And I will... I won't use these just yet. I'll wait until after the... well, when would I use those? If I'm going to... oh, whatever. Maybe I'll use them now. Because I'll be using the boss souls, you see, to buy large timer. Yeah, that's good. Soul level 40, pretty good for this point in the game. Soul level 40 is about what you want to be for Anor Londo. Yeah, so Estus flasks are linked to the bonfire. The Estus flasks that you get, I think Vernon's actually asking how do you get more Estus flasks from the bonfire, which I did go through before, but basically if I wanted to get more Estus flasks from this bonfire right now, I would have to offer 1 humanity in my counter while alive to strengthen the bonfire. It at this time can only be strengthened up to, I guess, level 2 you would call it. Level 2 bonfire intensity, because I don't have the Rite of Kindling. With the Rite of Kindling, which I can get from a boss in the catacombs, I can actually take these bonfires up to intensity 4, which will give me 20 in total. But that would also require humanity to be offered. Yeah, so that's the reason why. Bonfire intensity is going to be higher for a bonfire that has a firekeeper. The Firelink Shrine bonfire has a firekeeper, and so it's bonfire intensity 2. The next bonfire that we'll be going to in Anor Londo will also have a firekeeper, meaning that will give us 10 Estus flasks there. So that's how it works. Alright, let's conduct reverse hollowing. You revived to human. Yes, indeed. And now that we're alive, we'll see if we get invaded. I don't think we will. But, you never know. Can happen sometimes. I'd rather not deal with an invader, but that is the way the game works sometimes. You just have to deal with it. I will use the cage key to open one of these cages. I believe it's the one on the left side. Yes. Maybe they could both be opened. No, it's the one on the left side. But yeah, you mustn't have been here when I was talking about it last, Vernon, because I did actually go into that explanation. Just before heading over to Blighttown, actually. Alright. Go and grab Iron Tarkus, and then we'll kill the giant. I think the giant throws bombs into the fucking boss confrontation, doesn't he? I've never actually kept that giant alive for the boss confrontation. Sort of in the way that I've never kept the guy who revives the Fool's Idol. Just to see what happens. I've never done it, so just make sure that enemy is dead and that'll do you. Oh, you were wondering about restocking the ones I used. Okay. Well, it seems I misunderstood. Oh. Okay, so as you can see, very quick confrontation with Tarkus. Tarkus is just too strong for this area. He really is. So we've got a Titanite chunk there. And I'm not going to be knocking this guy down, unless Tarkus does all the work. But because I'll be using this frickin' Rapier, I don't think this boss will be knocked down. Basically, when you deal enough poise damage to his legs, he will be knocked down. It's possible that Tarkus will deal enough on his own to get him to start wobbling. But basically, he'll start wobbling, he'll get unsteady on his feet, and then, yeah. Oh god, look at the damage I'm dealing, it's like nothing. If for whatever reason Tarkus is thrown off the edge, I will reset this fight, because as you can see, I cannot do this on my own. Well, remember when I said to you guys that there's something about this instance of the game where things are happening that have never happened before, and I'm dying in ways that are just dumb and completely non-skill related? How about that? How about that? Is that enough fucking evidence for you? I think that that should be enough for you to see very clearly that in actual fact this is not a normal fucking instance. This is ridiculous. I literally just got glitched to the other side of the fucking... Like, I literally got glitched off the edge. That's all that happened, and I was teleported to death. Just because not Iron Tarkus, but the Iron Golem decided to move. I don't know. Absolutely stupid. Yeah, it's real great if you don't mind wasting your fucking time. I'm sick of dying in dumb ways. Anyway. Here we go again. Get to waste more humanity, of course. Alright, you can die, shut up. Can you give me anything? No. Fortunately, Tarkus can be summoned as much as you want. You don't get limited summonings or anything like that. He will always be here if the boss is alive. So, let's bring him over. We don't have to worry about standing near him necessarily. He will come and follow us. Alright. Let's try that again. What the fuck happened? What did you miss? I basically was fighting the Iron Golem, and I was standing behind him, and he did the grabbing animation. He was facing Tarkus, I was behind him, and when he did the grabbing animation, I got caught on part of his body, and was basically teleported off the edge to the other side of the boss confrontation area. And it was fucking shit. So this guy is sort of a reimagining of the Tower Knight. And you're right, it is similar to the Tower Knight. Vernon, I saw that you'd mentioned that, but I forgot to really address that. Iron Tarkus has been picked up, but he's not at risk of being thrown off or anything like that. You can see that... Oh, look at that. This might actually send him off the edge. This will send him off the edge, provided we can deal enough damage to get him to fall over, which I think we can. Here we go. Go on, Tarkus. Is he going to fall? There we go. So that... No, he didn't fall because I'm using a Rapier. So he can get to the point where he's unsteady on his feet, but... what I was going to say is that they've changed things. They've given invulnerability periods to enemies that weren't present in Demon's Souls here in this game. For instance, enemies getting up off the ground cannot be attacked while they're getting up off the ground anymore. They have a full invulnerability period. And also here, as you can see, when the Iron Golem is picking up and throwing Iron Tarkus, I can't attack him during that time. Now, if we compare that situation to the Penetrator from Demon's Souls, when the Penetrator is penetrating Bior of the Twin Fangs, you can attack him during that whole thing. You can actually deal damage to the Penetrator, no problem. So, yeah. Invulnerabilities have been added, basically, because it was deemed necessary, I suppose. So that is the Iron Golem killed, and we're going to get... Oh my fucking god. Oh. I'm so tired of this shit. Again, like, I know how to jump in the fucking game, but for some reason, it's just not fucking working today. But, yeah, I don't know why. The game doesn't want to actually accept my input for jumping. It's fucking stupid. Again. Why do I waste my time with this shit? What the hell, corn dog? It's like you just came out of a Fortnite stream or something. What the fuck? Alright, let's give that another try. Take 5 million. No. It's not working today. Don't know why. So let's demonstrate that. Works. Oh, that doesn't work. It's very temperamental. Maybe there's a certain skill associated with it that I've lost, but I don't think so. I think it's just the game being stupid, personally. Because it's not so skill-based that, it's something that I'd lose, I don't think. Maybe I have to really slam the button or something. Maybe that's what I'm gonna have to do. Yeah, slammed the button a bit harder this time. That's all I really did, it was just a harder button press. If you keep on spamming the chat, corn dog, I'll time you out. It might be the Darkwood Green Ring, possibly, I don't know what it is. Corn dog, what is your deal? Just relax. I don't need your stupidity in this chat. Alright, so I think 9 large time night shards will do it for me. Is that going to be enough? I think so. Just don't engage him, Vernon. Just don't fucking engage him. Missing the jump again. At least I succeeded in the jump, but I missed the timing, I guess. That's actually confusing. Succeeded in the jump, well, yes and no. Probably should go for the backstab here. There we go. So, I believe... Oh, excuse me, I should not have bought as many as 9. I forgot that I actually had large time night shards in my inventory already, so... I definitely got more large time night shards than I needed there, but... That's alright. At least I won't have to worry about not having enough. So what I will do is I will return to Andre Vestora before making my way to Anor Londo so that I may upgrade this Rapier to +10. I think it can, yeah, it's +11 that will require Titanite chunks, and while I do have the Titanite chunks to go further, I do not have the Ember to actually... Oh, excuse me, I've just gone past the cage there. Yeah, I thought that, yeah, I thought this was the same corn dog that appeared in the past. It's a bit odd. Either he's drinking or he's actually dumb. I don't know. It's hard to know. But, if he's actually saying unfollowed seriously, which is to say that he thinks I'm going to be bothered by that, then that's a little bit shocking, because the last thing I want is follows from people who are mentally deficient. So... there you go. We are going to level up this rapier to +10. As far as where we get the very large ember from, it's a bit of a stupid name, isn't it? So you've got the large ember and then the very large ember. I think they could have come up with a better name than that, but they didn't, sadly. So we don't modify that, we go to reinforcement. You can see we obviously don't have anything in the way of regular Titanite shards, which is funny. But we have plenty of large Titanite to get ourselves to +10 on this rapier. Ugh. At this point, I'm starting to want the bottomless box. Sadly, it's somewhere kind of far away, which is really annoying. But I think I will go and buy that, because unless I can buy the bottomless box from Andre, that's possible. I was thinking it had to be purchased from the undead merchant, but maybe... Stop it. That was a soul air message there. Let's see if he's... He doesn't have the bottomless box, but he has all this stuff. That's annoying. I guess the bottomless box can only be purchased from the male undead merchant, who is, again, a bit of a distance away. I will probably level up with all these souls. Do I have anything to consume outside of that? Core of an Iron Golem. I think that only makes the axe, doesn't it? And I'm definitely not going to be using that for this build. Alright. I guess we're focusing on vitality still, and get that to 30. We'll try to do a quick run to the male undead merchant, and I will indeed use a homeward bone to get back here. I'm not going to go all the way to the male undead merchant and then go all the way back. That would be ridiculous. Ethan, do you have the power to ban people? Do you have the... I would rather not take time out of the stream right now to do it. But if you're able to ban people, try to ban Corn Dog. Do you have the chat history there, or is there no chat history? If there is chat history, ban that Corn Dog 1776 guy. He's a miserable idiot. No chat history? Alright. I'll do it later then. He left on his own anyway. He's like, unfollowed. Just because I told him to stop spamming the chat, otherwise I'll time him out. He's literally spamming all caps, ha ha ha, get wrecked, get wrecked. It's like, this isn't a stream chat for kids. It's not YouTube for kids, it's not Twitch for kids, it's... let's try to act a little bit less juvenile. So... his crown is totally unrelated to my stream. That's just a Prime Gaming thing. So if you have like an Amazon Prime thing, you just automatically get that if you link it to your Twitch account, something like that. It's not actually... almost rested at that bonfire, that would have been a terrible thing. But yeah, that's going to give you that crown no matter what. Beautiful game performance as usual. Hopefully I don't get attacked. I mean, I will be attacked, but... the residence key is only needed if you want to rescue a vendor. And I don't particularly want to rescue him. Let's use a homeward bone. Probably could have used it back there, would have been less dangerous. So now that we've got the bottomless box, I'm going to be able to sort my inventory. I didn't feel that it was necessary to buy it before because I think it was 1,000 souls, and that was just too much for that point in the game, given that I just really didn't have too much to put away. But now that I'm at this point where I have a lot of stuff, I'm just going to put all this crap away. I mean, these broken straight swords and all that, totally unnecessary to keep, but I'm keeping them anyway, I suppose. Because I'm a hoarder. So that'll do. Now, my weapons inventory, at least, is a lot less cluttered. And I'll be able to find stuff nice and easily. Well, I didn't even read what you said, Ethan. But, sure, ha ha ha, there you go, there's my reaction. He wasn't just being an arse, he's a juvenile idiot who would be better off gone. Being an arse is an understatement. Just go straight in the cage, don't want to fight you. Imagine if the door swinging inwards pulled him into the cage with me, and then it would be the ultimate cage fight with the man-eater. That would be shocking, to say the least. Well, given that this has been a very weird run, where just dumb shit has been happening constantly, we will see what Anno Londo does to us. Normally, don't have issues with Anno Londo, but all bets are off with this fucking build. All bets are off. At the very least, I don't have my crappy PS4 controller, which seems to struggle with, come to think of it, there's probably a way for me to connect my PS3 controller to my PC, and I could use that instead of my PS4 controller, which is constantly having issues with the left analog stick. I mean, you'd think I'd replace it at this point, but I just don't want to do that. Feels like a waste of money at the moment. Alright, so we are making our way straight to Bonfire 1 of Anno Londo. And this is a very striking location. I should have shown the cutscene for Vernon's benefit. Basically, we are surrounded by very similar enemies to the gargoyles, not, well, whatever you would call them in Demon Souls. You know, the ones that carry you up to World 3.2 from 3.1? Very similar enemies appear. Well, they're not really enemies, I guess creatures we could say. And they carry you up to this place, Anno Londo. They will be, those same creatures will be enemies in the future here. But those particular ones were not wishing us harm. Yeah, that's fine, Vernon. Life calls. There is some Demon Titanite over here, but I don't really want it. I'm not going to be using demon weapons at all. I really don't need to be trapped in here by you, mate. Fortunately, he's gone and done that attack. Makes life a little easier. Sadly, for a boss of this kind, in fact, now that I think about it, with this build, it's going to be really fucking awful to do the Ornstein and Smo fight. I'm not looking forward to that. Ornstein and Smo poke fight. It's going to be real fun. Cannot wait. Is it possible to get the very large ember before lowering the water in New Londo Ruins? I don't think it is it? Because I really would like to upgrade this rapier further. Again, there is a problem with auto wall recovery here. It helps to have your camera pointed as high up as it can go, and if you have auto wall recovery turned off in general, that makes life easier. These guys here, that is the armor set that I'll be getting in this game for this build. Really terrible defense, but I just walked straight into that knife. I couldn't quite see it. Oh. Pretty sure they don't actually give their armor pieces as drops. They might. I seem to have a memory of them giving me their armor pieces, but I don't know. I can probably just walk at normal pace, honestly. Or semi-normal pace. Patience is rewarded in this place. So... while there might be a temptation to just walk at normal pace, I mean, there was a time I used to run across here, not just like go full speed without holding circle. I mean, holding circle. I used to do that, but I can't be doing that anymore. You're gonna see endless failure if I pull that shit. Come on, Mr. Throwing Knife Man. This is going to be a serious problem if you keep doing that shit. I mean, that he could actually just kill me if he did that. If he chose to do that, it would be my death, because I can't really shield him at all. So yeah, if he just stood there and threw throwing knives at me, it would be awful. Just fucking awful. Yeah, come on. I'm trying to... I mean, that worked visually. Please, please. Can I get the riposta? No, I can't. Oh, he rolled off on his own. He's still alive. He can throw throwing knives at me. Oh my god, he's actually down there. As you can see, it's possible to walk down there because people have placed messages there, but once you're down there, I think you either homeward bone out or you die. So, anyway, that was awful. But, oh yes, and this is not to be pulled. It's not going to help you at all. It only helps if this thing is not here, and it will always be here the first time you arrive. I think life lost my number. Well, that's, I don't know if that's dark or what, but... if life never calls, then what happens? Does that mean you have no purpose? Something like that. Oh god. So, poking this guy again. It's always nice to have the mobility here. My stamina is not very good. Maybe I should take my stamina past 15, because it's not very impressive, is it? I mean, this stamina level is just sad, almost. But I feel like I need as much dexterity as I can get. Come to think of it, God, I'm still on C scaling with this thing. I might actually check the rapier to see if it gets like a better scaling soon, because it feels like it's a little bit underpowered at the moment. Rakan's rapier would be doing a whole lot more damage right now, but sadly, that's not what I'm committing to right now. Okay, rapiers or whatever the hell. I guess it would be under straight sword, would it? Yeah. Or not. Is there a rapier thing? Piercing swords, there you go. Okay, so the rapier, I'm going to check the upgrades for it. So, in the regular, oh my god, it's not until plus 14 that it gets a B scaling. That's if I can trust Extra Life, and I don't know if I can trust Extra Life. But I think that I can trust it. Because it says regular plus 10, then plus 14, then plus 15, which would suggest that there is no change in the scaling between plus 10 and plus 13. So, that's kind of horrid, but whatever. No, not ending yet, Beans. I'm going to be going for a little while yet. Not for too much longer, I don't think, but I'm probably going to be suffering the Ornstein and Smo fight with a very underpowered weapon. That's likely going to happen. In the case of this guy here, this Guardian, if that's what they're called. Is that what they're called? I think so. I'm just going to stand here and let him lose his aggro. He will backwards walk to where he's supposed to go, which is rather funny. And I'd like to deal with you guys one at a time if I may. Do I still have throwing knives? Yes, I do. Now get over here. I don't want to deal with your ranged crap. Not interested. Alright. We'll be going two-handed versus him. Oh, he's got a slow attack there. You can see he doesn't have amazing defense. I mean, I'm doing reasonable damage if you think about it. So maybe I'm not going to be too terribly destroyed by Ornstein and Smo after all. Stream's ending, yeah. Stop it. Alright. And I think that's just this guy now. These guys do actually just fall off the edge if you knock them off. He flinches so heavily that he ends up flinching out of my range. Look. The guy's got wings and I just fucking killed him by pushing him off the edge. I mean, the guy's an idiot. Alright. This part's a little annoying having to deal with these two, plus the where. What did I get hit by? What the fuck? I'm just taking random damage now, am I? Seems like it. So they can't actually follow you up here. And occasionally you can get their AI to really fuck up hard, and they'll just kill themselves off the edge here anyway. I've definitely done that before. See, I don't even know what I was hit by before. It was ridiculous. Also, by the way, their spears can be acquired. It's called the Demon Spear. It's the only weapon that you pick up in the game that upgrades through Demon Titanite. Outside of that, you'd normally have to craft something that upgrades through Demon Titanite. But it's worth noting that the Demon Spear actually is the longest ranged spear in this game, and maybe the longest ranged spear in the series. I don't know, actually. So we're going to time this so that we're going to... Come on, one more please. There we go. And is that a one-shot? It hopefully is, I think so. Yes. Always easier with, say, a Darkwood Grain Ring flip, but fast roll's fine too. Fast roll's very good, actually. But I have gotten through that with very limited mobility. As long as you roll through it, you'll be fine. Like, the way you want to approach those great arrows, doesn't matter what mobility you have, you want to roll through them. What the fuck? Is there an enemy nearby? What's going on? I'm being invaded. I'm alive in Anor Londo. Sorry. Ugh. Now, there's no guarantee this person will succeed in connecting to my session, so I might be able to rest at this bonfire, but... Okay. God, I haven't done... You know how many years it's been since I've done an Anor Londo invasion? On the PS3 version. Oh my god. Not looking forward to it. But whatever. Because again, I walked away from the PvP a long time ago. But sure. May as well, I guess. Is there anything of use over here for me now? I mean, there's the full Havel's set. And the Dragon Tooth. Is there anything else worthwhile? I feel like there isn't. It's like the Occult Club, Dragon Tooth, and full Havel set. And I don't want any of that, so... Can I rest at the bonfire now? And can you fucking imagine if I got all the way here and then was unable to fucking... You know what? I'm not doing that shit. If you're gonna play it like that, I'm gonna quit and reload. I need to at least rest at the bonfire. I can deal with invaders, I just don't need to have to make my way all the way back up there. That's just completely ridiculous. Again, I'm still alive from when I was fighting with Iron Tarkus. Okay, thank you. Fucking hell. What was happening there was I was constantly... Like, people were constantly trying to invade me. They were not successfully invading me. But if the game recognizes that there's someone trying to join your session, and in that case that's someone trying to invade you, you will not be able to rest at the bonfire. And it's fucking annoying. Okay. Now, what am I going to do? I don't necessarily need the... I don't necessarily need to get to the giant blacksmith right now. I mean, there's nothing that I can really do with him, to be honest. Oh, come on. No, just do the fucking jump, dickhead. Yeah, you would miss it, wouldn't you? Ugh, camera. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it's definitely the Darkwood Green Ring. It just feels more responsive when you don't have that on. Oh, stop it. Alright. Does this game still have surprises you don't know about? No. The only thing that surprises me is when some weird fucking glitch happens. I've had that a few times. But yeah, I basically know the game inside and out. At this point, it's just forgetting things. That's the problem, you know, when you haven't played the game super regularly for a long time, there are little things that you start to forget, but no surprises, so to speak. We'll go and open the big doors, and then... I'm not going to fight the big guardian guys, because with this rapier, I don't think that's going to work all that well. There you go. I like the gold trim on the pillars there. That's rather nice. Rather nice. Alright, let's see what sort of damage I'm doing to these guys. Might not be horrendous. No, it's horrendous. I think the word horrendous would be apt. Yeah, the dragon head room's pretty interesting. But yeah, so I don't have the ember to upgrade this further. I think you do need to lower the level of the water in New Londo to actually get that large ember, don't you? So should I just try the boss? No, actually. Definitely not. I'm going to need... should I get the Rite of Kindling? No, 10 Estus Flasks is probably enough. 10 Estus Flasks at +3. That's probably enough. Oh god, Ornstein and Smo with the fucking rapier. +10. Sounds like fun, right? Well, I'm definitely going to be leveling up first. And I will use Twin Humanity. Actually, I shouldn't have done that because I can only kindle once. Whatever. Solaire has physically disappeared. He's fucking teleported out. What the fuck? Doesn't he stay here the whole time? I'm telling you, this is a cursed fucking instance of this game. I don't know what is going on. Oh yes, I need to level up. So, yep, vitality to 30 is pretty good. I'm pretty sure he stays there the whole time until the boss is dead. What the fuck? Whatever. Maybe it's normal. And I've just forgotten that he leaves, but I'm pretty sure that He's supposed to stay there. It's worth noting that the other... See that guy over there? He will not be aggroed unless you stand right in front of him. He's guarding the chests, specifically. As far as what's in the chests, it is the full Silver Knight set. In terms of the weapons and the shield, you have to get them as drops. So... yes. Let's go and grab... what's his face? Solaire. Knight Solaire. Thank you. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go straight to the boss door, because if I go to the boss door, Solaire will not engage these guys. I do not want him to engage these guys in combat, for the reason that I need his health for this boss fight. Oh, I can't see shit. Come on. Alright. So Solaire will prioritize coming over here, if I'm this far away. But I don't know where he is. What the fuck? Where is he? Is he confused? He normally isn't. Okay, he was... maybe I really was too far. Like, if he spawns and I'm really far... Stop it. Stop fighting him. Get over here. Okay, he's coming. And if I engage the boss, he should ignore this one too. What are you doing, Solaire? You know what? Why did I ever rely on you? Seriously. The Black Knight weapons are also drop only. Yeah, that's right. Not looking forward to this. Who should I leave alive? I'll leave Smo alive. That should be easier. Hello. I thought you were doing your rushing attack. He can't fucking decide on what he's doing, this Ornstein asshole. Alright, you can see Solaire is fucking around, but hopefully he gets himself... Look at what he's doing. I don't know if he's actually engaging that Guardian or if he's being... Why weren't you rolling? Okay, here he is. I do not know why I wasn't rolling this. Solaire is already at like 2/3 health. Hasn't even engaged the boss in battle yet, so... Bad fucking start, right? I would like him to attack Ornstein, to be honest, but I think the way the AI works is he usually tries to attack the one you're not attacking, but I don't want to be forced to be the damage dealer here. It's very slow going with this Rapier. Solaire is dealing more damage than I am right now. Oh, he does do that follow-up. You know, I was watching his animation to see if there was going to be a follow-up, but it looks as if he's stopped. Like, it's almost like he relaxes physically. Okay, maybe I'll just draw Smo's attention to me, and I'll let Solaire deal the damage over there. That might actually be a good idea. I don't necessarily need Solaire for the second fight. You know, given that Smo is female, this is a bit X-rated. The mobility definitely helps, though. But you can see that I'm doing the right thing here. The reason why I'm not bothering to attack Smo here is because there's just no reason to. Because he's going to get all his health back as the main boss anyway. And Solaire very nearly killed Ornstein without dying himself, which doesn't happen all that often. Honestly, Solaire often dies before I can get to the last fight. What I'm going to do here is prioritize healing. Alright. Could you maybe catch up to me, Ornstein? Because you're not going to last for much longer. Alright, so Ornstein's dead. And now it's Smo time. This is the easier fight. Because it's easier to deal more damage to him while he's attacking. because you can actually just avoid the hitbox of his hammer very easily. Oh, that was a bad idea. That was a stupid idea, actually. You can make this guy's hammer, too, provided he's the one you've killed here. You'll get the soul of Smo. And that hammer, despite being quite good... Why did I do that? Despite being quite a good hammer, I don't really like it because it's so fucking large that it actually blocks your view when you're trying to play the fucking game. Like, you might be in combat, and instead of seeing the enemy, you're seeing the hammer. Because it's so freaking large. Oh, come on. Okay. Look at how ridiculous that is. It lingers like crazy. Yeah, Smo is female. It's very weird. But, for some reason, they decided that Smo had to be female. It's gross. Oh god, that was a bad idea. Should have been rolling there. Standing behind the pillar can help, even if it's broken. And I'll demonstrate that. See how it actually stops him from moving forwards? Now that's the attack I was talking about. You can actually, you don't even need to roll that. Like, I didn't roll that, I physically avoided that. That's why I didn't get hit. What is that? Are you seeing what is happening right here? What is that lingering hitbox? That's fucking stupid. It's completely stupid. Fucking cursed instance. But that attack there, the hitbox is actually on the hammer itself. If you are close enough to Smo, you can actually avoid that entirely. And I will say that I'm doing more damage to Smo than I was expecting with this weapon. So that fight wasn't as bad as I thought because I had Solaire's help and I was dealing more damage to the final fight than I was expecting, or more damage to the final boss there. So that kind of came as a surprise, a pleasant surprise. My end damage value is 205, so I mean I could have technically used the Drake Sword to get through that. And there are some people who use the Drake Sword even up to this point, and those people are probably sad people. But anyway. Amazing chest ahead. I like how she says come hither. I'm literally standing here. And we got the Lord Vessel. Goody. And there's the Lord Vessel silver trophy. Okay, so at this point I think it's New Londo time. That's not to say that I actually want to be in New Londo first for continuing through the game. Did not mean to go to Leave. Leave was not the option that I wanted to take. But I want to go to New Londo first before killing Sif, because I want to prioritize upgrading my Rapier. That's right. So where are we going to go first? Probably Filing Shrine, but I think I'll level up with these souls. I won't take you to 35, I will take you to 30. That is my priority. And then maybe when I've got... Maybe now I'll put some points into Endurance. I think Endurance to 20 would be alright. You know, it's not... It's good in the sense that I haven't put points into Endurance to... In the early game. Like, in the early game I'd say it's better to avoid Endurance if you don't need it, but I think for the build it would be better to have more stamina than 100 stamina. So... yeah, I mean that's really low. Let's go to Firelink and make our way to New Londo Ruins. And I will probably kill... I'll go through New Londo Ruins as normal, because I'll be somewhat clearing New Londo Ruins just by lowering the water level. And you require the Lord Vessel to receive the key that will give you access to the lever that lowers the water. That's how that works. Now, how are my transient curses going? Because I think I forgot to actually pick up the transient curses that they give you in that area. I was talking about that before. When I went to go and get the Firekeeper Soul, I was talking about how I would be able to get more transient curses in that area from a pot that I'd yet to break. There's like a corpse inside the pot and you get transient curses there. I could have gone and purchased them from the female undead merchant, but apparently I am too lazy for that. New Londo Ruins. That actually deals damage, that roll, apparently. Well, Anolondo ended up being like the fastest place for me to get through because I didn't die once in the entirety of Anolondo, which is really only because nothing super strange happened. I mean, I feel like all of my deaths so far have been because something dumb has happened. Now, this will not be auto 2. It is auto-equipped, actually. I don't know why I thought it was 4, but whatever. Yeah, I feel like most of my deaths so far have just been bullshit deaths. Stuff that happened on account of me not intending to do whatever I've done, or some weird shit in the game, or something like that. So, that's how it feels like it's been. Killing all these enemies so that I don't get actually overrun by them. Killing this one first is usually what I do. And then I might kill this one. And then I'll have them in sort of a controlled area. Just here. Poke you, come on, there you go. So that's the easiest way to deal with all of them. You can stay inside here if you want. But you'll just get hit less if you do what I did there. Hello, I wasn't expecting you to appear. The Jagged Ghost Blade that I just picked up is one of the only weapons in the game that can hit these ghosts without the need or without the use of Transient Curse. What is this copium shit? God. Everyone's going on about copium at the moment. Good to see you're keeping up with the latest memes, Ethan. I only know about it because, sadly, Epic Games decided to give everyone free Discord Nitro, so everyone's been posting the fucking copium emote. I wouldn't know about it otherwise. I haven't heard it elsewhere. So what I'm going to do here is be nice and careful and take them all over here because I do not want to engage all of those ghosts in that place. See that? See how many there are? No fucking way am I going to do that. Now, this is dangerous enough on its own. They're probably going to leash if I go over here, actually. Oh no, they're not leashing. No, some of them are leashing and then some of them aren't. This is nightmarish. Alright. So I didn't get them all, but as far as Transient Curse running out, I don't think I'm at risk of that anytime soon, but okay, this is bad. I'm actually in a bad situation, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go over here, and I will fight them in here. This is going to be very dangerous, but at least I just killed 3 in a very short space of time. Okay. Anyone else? I will have to go to the Painted World to get that Painting Guardian set, because I need to start upgrading an armor set. Doesn't matter what it is, it needs to be upgraded, because this is totally unupgraded still. Like, this armor here, untouched. So, I'm going to have to start working on a set soon. And apparently the Painting Guardian set is found in the Painted World, which makes sense, right? So, well, maybe it doesn't make sense. They're supposed to be guarding the painting, so what are they doing in the painting? I don't know. But regardless, once I get that set, then we'll be able to level that up. Not to get all that much defense, but anyway. It is really stupid, RX Sound. I assumed that that's what it was, like opium, but you're taking it to cope, sort of thing. It's really dumb. But that's memes these days. At least it's like kind of barely creative. A lot of memes these days are just not creative at all. Like there's no double meaning even. The good memes usually had like more than 2 meanings, but these days it's just like 1. Just 1. And it's usually just like a stupid picture. I don't know. I'm not going to get into it. I don't want to talk about how crap memes are these days. But oh shit. Anyway, I don't know if you saw, but I was nearly killed by the camera. Again, a death in New Londo ruins. What would be the cause of it? The camera shooting itself. That'd sound about right. But fortunately, I managed to wrestle the camera and not die. You need to add nipple reveal to channel points. That's not allowed on Twitch, you know. That's the funny thing. Like, it's actually not allowed for males to show their nipples on Twitch, and it's been that way for like 3 or 4 years or something. Twitch are pretty fucking progressive now, aren't they? Pretty fucking progressive. No male nipples on Twitch. So, there you go. Pretty fucking progressive. But going in the wrong direction is what I would say to them. I can just drop here if I want. So, where am I now? Oh, right in front of the fucking boss. This is not a good place to be, actually. If you want my opinion, this is not a good place to be. So I'm going to go down here, deal with this guy. Now, that's not a good fucking start right there. Failing that first parry. Whatever. Whatever. Male nips are okay according to terms of service? It wasn't always like that. Maybe someone complained. I'm surprised that the complaint got through. Pretty sure in the past it wasn't allowed. There was definitely a period where that wasn't allowed. But no, I'm not going to be showing off my nipples on camera, I'm not. Well, I suppose you could say I'm not morally bankrupt. Not that it's like immoral, but maybe it's not a moral issue. It's more of like an issue of dignity. How about that? Whoa! I almost rolled off the edge. That would have been very annoying. All right. It's not considered nudity. Well, isn't it funny that they have to expressly say that? It's like, guys, male nipples are allowed, okay? I mean, that really should say it all. That really should say it all, that it needs to be said. It's not nudity, guys. For fuck's sake. I mean, women don't look at men's nipples and, you know, get excited, so... Sometimes equality is not always a good thing. I wonder where my soul is going to be. Shit. I'm not really worried about losing the souls, to be completely honest. Run's going well, Vernon. I took care of Anolondo so quickly that I think you didn't really get to see any of it. But, we're in New Londo ruins right now. And hopefully I can get my souls just over here. I'm thinking that they might be in front of the boss door, which is a terrible place for them to be. Oh, thank God they're not. I must have been down here for just long enough. Stop it. Look at that fucking hitbox on that stupid thing. That's the dark sword right there. These guys made a return in Dark Souls 3, which was very strange to see. I was not expecting to see them when I saw them in Dark Souls 3. You know what? I'll just attack you normally. How about that? I'll be a normal human being. That attack is taken from the False King, of course. Get the fuck out of here, man. Alright, so these guys have a chance to drop Titanite chunks. Very useful. So I will be killing all of the Dark Wraiths in this area. There are a few around here, but more importantly, there is this blob guy. Hello. Hello. Big blob man. I'll call him Big Blob Man. Stop it. Almost got stuck in a fucking stunlock. And by definition, a stunlock is, well, you getting locked in it. So, there you go. Large Blob Man is, well, that's kind of not good. There is a blob man. You've got to be... You're not dead? What is your fucking problem? I know how to deal with you, buddy. And it's by rolling around. I guess while I'm... No, I'm not going to get that other Dark Wraith while I'm here, actually. Changed my mind. Are you going to explode? Thank you. That's why I stayed away. I don't often fight this guy in the door. That's a new one. Oh, he's going to do the horizontal. Ah! Oh, I don't want to be on this side of him. Alright, let's hope that I can maybe kill him before he does anything too crazy. These guys do not respawn, by the way. At least this one doesn't. No, none of them do. I don't even know what they drop. If they can drop stuff. I think they can drop stuff, but... Okay, there isn't another one hiding around here right now. And there is another one on the other side of that that fog door, and by... I'm being a bit cryptic. I'm talking about the Dark Wraiths. Dark Wraiths are good. Oh, you know what I should be using? I should be using the Gold Serpent Ring. Now, the poise obviously is nice, but I'm getting flinched by these guys anyway. Pretty heavily, so... Look at the fucking hitbox on that stupid sword. It lingers and it's just fucking... It's huge. Ah! Okay. What is that background noise? That's bloody awful. If that crap goes on for too long, I will mute myself. Oh, there's a follow-up. Sometimes he doesn't do that, and then other times he does. It relates to how close you are to him. Stupid thing. The Dark Hand is very interesting as a weapon. I'm glad that you can actually use it. That's my PS3 struggling to render. You know, it does actually have a it does have a hum to it. When it is loading, it does have a hum that is audible in the microphone, but not this audible. That's fortunately not a thing. Alright, that's it. That's it. This is my protest. Alright, maybe we're good now. You know, there is actually... What is the... My microphone's picking up something. It's negative 35 dB of ambient noise, and I can't even hear it. Like, I cannot hear what that ambient noise that my microphone's picking up actually is. Maybe it is my PS3 humming and I've just tuned it out or something, I don't know, but it's picking up something. What are you screaming about, Ethan? What, did a ghost appear in my webcam? Sounds like a hydraulic engine very far away. Does it now? That's not encouraging. Might be the... It is very loud, whatever it is. Maybe it's so low frequency that it's... that I can't even hear it. It's possible. I don't know. Very weird though. I don't think that would make sense. I don't really understand how it can be so loud, yet I can't hear it. Maybe it is my PS3, let me check. No, it's not the PS3. Well, fuck it. Could always try to use some subtractive EQ. What is Ethan going on about with a ghost? Anyway, he seemed to have been at least partially, well, more than partially, maybe majorly shocked. Maybe he meant a ghost in real life, and he's now being attacked or something. Send your prayers out to Ethan, everyone. Stay safe, Ethan. Bring holy water. How do we know Ethan isn't the ghost? He might be. This is possible. Alright, so here's the very large ember. It's not just large, it's very large. It's particularly large. They should have called it the particularly large ember just to be funny about it. Especially large. Maybe the especially large ember can be the next size up. Alright, we'll pick this up over here. Don't know what this is even. Large soul of a proud knight. We've still got a few dark wraiths to kill. Sometimes streamers catch ghost phenomenon. No, I'm sure some of them are not intentionally faked, Arexion. But I would guarantee that some of them are. Because, you know, that's sort of a fun thing to do. How to get more audience. Fake ghost phenomena on you. You know, that sort of thing. But no, I'd say some of them are probably legitimate. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, what I mean to say is legitimate light phenomena that is not intended or faked or whatever. Is what I mean to say. Ugh. Alrighty. So, I have yet to actually pick up a fucking Titanite chunk from any of these guys. And I don't know why. Got no idea why. At least I got one from the chest. The game's given me handouts now, it's just like, okay, we're sorry. We realise that you don't have very good luck, so we're just going to give them to you at this point. Oh dear. It's been a long run though. Sadly, I can't fight the boss. You know, the Four Kings is not going to be fun with the Rapier, but... whatever. Oh, hello, ghost. Really don't want to deal with you, to be honest. Oh, see. I'm at risk. I'm at risk. Help. Come on. Oh, God. Look at you. Aren't you tricky? You see how he was out of my field of vision? He was basically hidden, and then he comes out with this thrusting attack, which incidentally has a very nasty hitbox. Okay. Now, fighting two of you is no real fun, but yeah, I knew there was going to be a follow-up. Again, whether or not there's a follow-up is determined by your distance from them. If you're close enough, they'll do the follow-up. Yeah, come on, asshole. Obviously my item discovery is just not good enough. I mean, you'd think with 1 humanity in the counter and the gold serpent ring, I'd be getting better fucking drop rates than this. But it's not happening. Now there is still a Dark Wraith that I haven't killed, so I guess I'll go and kill him and then we'll probably take on Sif after we've upgraded this weapon a bit more. The Dark Wraith that we are missing is just over here. I think he's around here somewhere. There he is. And then I think we'll Homeward Bone. That's probably what we'll do. Oh, I do too, Vernon. In fact, there's absolutely no doubt. In my mind. If it's something that you actually look into, there are just too many cases that cannot be explained, so... yeah, without a doubt. It's the people who are a bit too heavily rooted in physical reality. The things that they can see and touch that just can't really accept it unless they have a personal experience. But every time, I mean, it's hilarious. Like, every time someone has a personal experience, I mean, it's something that you hear all the time. They'll say, I thought it was complete bullshit, I thought it was stupid, it made no sense, it was illogical, and then I had X experience and now it's just obvious, you know, I can't really deny that it's unexplainable, blah blah blah. So the point is that people are not swayed by the fact that all these other people who are very skeptical will immediately change their opinion once they've had a personal experience. They need to have the experience themselves because they're just unable to accept that something unexplained can exist, I suppose. Which is kind of a funny thought and might... well, I'm not going to go further there, but... there's nothing supernatural about it. That's the big misunderstanding, I would say. It's not a supernatural thing, it's just beyond our understanding. Am I happy with endurance right now? I think so. I think we'll take endurance to 20 at least. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Vernon. That's no fun. Maybe I should have saved those souls for leveling up my... aha, I do still have some of these to consume. But I wanted to level up my Rapier with some of these souls. I'm assuming that I'm going to need souls to level up the Rapier. But this should be enough. I'm now sitting on about 16,000. That's Kingseeker Frampt. I generally don't engage with his stuff. I usually just deal with Darkstalker Karth. I think lore-wise he's the good guy. But, I don't know, it might depend on the side you take in the lore. I think there are... you know, it's not as good as... well, it's not as simple, rather, as good and evil. It's sort of... might depend on your personal leanings, I'm not sure. I don't look into the lore all that much, I just have vague memories from... like, maybe when I had a little bit of interest in the lore. Around the time Dark Souls came out, and then I just didn't really care anymore. Because again, I've just been more focused on the gameplay than the story behind it. As long as there is an environment for me to interact with, that's good enough for me. So, I probably don't... no, I can actually rest here because I won't be returning to the Firelink Shrine bonfire. Because where I want to go is actually in this direction. Yes, yes, I'll give you the very large ember. This ember's pretty big, you know. Alright, leveling up the Rapier to plus 11. I don't think I'll be getting it to plus 14. I mean, I could try. I could try and get some more chunks, but this will be good enough, I think, for... oh god, it's only one more to get to plus 14. Should I try and get some chunks? Maybe after this fight. I just feel like I'm going to get a considerable damage boost when I get to plus 14. But you know, it's probably not like that. As I said, even though this has only stayed at a C scaling, the scaling is not static. The rating is like a threshold. So you can stay in C scaling but still be getting increased scaling as time goes on. So yeah, it's more of a threshold. It's kind of like how, let's take an example such as crowns in Monster Hunter with monster sizes. You know, there isn't a specific size for a silver crown or a gold crown, but there's a threshold. Like, there is a... Once you get to a certain level, it will be rated as silver crown or gold crown. Same thing with scalings, so... Not all C scaling is created equal. Well, not all C scalings are created equal. Type it in the Discord. Vernon. Give us your stories. I love reading those stories. I would never want to have those experiences myself. It would drive me insane. But I enjoy reading of other people's experiences. Just because it'll be a little faster, I'm going to do the glitch with these guys, but... I mean, to be honest, I don't have to engage them at all. But I will. And if they do anything weird that causes me to... Oh god. Just come on. Okay, he's rolling off on his own. I think he will end up rolling on his own too. You're pissing me off, buddy. That's pretty good. Noticing a slight increase in the stamina. But as you can see, even with low stamina, because of what kind of weapon this is, you don't have to worry about feeling like you don't have enough stamina, because the reality is that a weapon of this kind doesn't actually deplete your stamina too much as you swing it. Oh yeah, there's Shiva of the East stuff. I never picked that up before. I just didn't need it, and I still don't really need it. The two humanity's alright, I guess, but... The shield in the Murakumo? Not for this build. Not for this build. Okay. So Sif is... Well, I've never really liked fighting Sif, to be honest. Because I like wolves, you see. So I don't feel good killing him. I absolutely hate it when he gets weak and then he starts to limp around and he can't really do much. It's very sad. Yeah, it's such a good role, isn't it? As I've said, it can be kind of dangerous because the distance that you cover with a single animation of the roll can actually send you off things, like you just go flying off stuff because you've rolled too far. I have actually had to pay attention to my surroundings when rolling, because it's not like a fast roll. It's just a little bit more distance than a fast roll, so yeah. As far as the Hornet Ring, I might use that instead of the... I mean, it sort of depends. The Hornet Ring is just behind that, but I don't know if I want to use it. Because I do... Oh, now that I think about it, I've still got this thing on. He's fucking scared of me. Making me feel bad, Sif. Why is this difficult for my PS3 to handle right now? This is ridiculous. Look at the performance in this boss fight. The performance in the Ornstein and Smo boss fight was fine. Why is this worse? Is it the effect on the sword or something? Oh my god, I can't fucking see anything. And you know what? Rapier is awful with this guy, because I have to try and attack his limbs. Look at this. This is awful. I don't want to really attack him front on, because all of his damage is towards the front of his body. Or all of his attacks are front facing. That seems to be the biggest issue with this fight. With a rapier, it's the fact that I can't really hit him. It's not so much a damage issue. It's interesting that he actually backs up so much. Look at that. It's like a... I'm telling you, it's a cursed instance. I've never seen him just back up like that. There's something wrong with this instance of the game. Just weird shit is happening that I haven't come across before. Like, I don't usually see him just back up so much. Look at this. Like, what the fuck is going on? Oh yeah, on PC the frames are pretty bad. Nothing like what you're seeing, but even with DS fix, sometimes the frames aren't quite perfect. But without DS fix, oh yeah, absolutely terrible. I mean, I was serious when I said, in the first part, that the PC version actually had worse optimization than the PS3 and Xbox 360 versions. That's not to say that it's well optimized here, it's to say that it's especially bad on the PC version. Oh god, see how he's limping? It's fucking awful. Ugh. Terrible. What's wrong with you guys? Why would you design... Hit him, please! Put him out of his misery, the poor thing. Bloody hell. Alright. So let's go and get the Hornet's Ring. Or Hornet Ring. They give you a homeward bone because they're nice. I don't think there was anything in my webcam. Soul of Sith. I don't need that for anything, do I? I don't think so. Nope. Consuming all these souls because I do not need them for anything. Alright, I think we're going to homeward bone out. As far as whether or not I use the Hornet Ring, kind of tempted to. Really tempted to. I think it would be overkill, to be honest, at the moment, because, I mean, I would probably use it for New Game Plus, but for New Game, I'm mostly one-shotting these enemies. So, yeah. I think I'm ready to level up. Let's take you to 20, and then I guess dexterity to 35, maybe? I think that would be a good idea. Let's do that. See now, whatever that low frequency sound was before, it's gone. Which is very, very odd. I don't know what that would have been. It's very strange. Yeah, he's clearly afraid of me, but... like Civ, but... I don't know why he was doing that so much. I just haven't come across that. It's very odd. Okay, so we've leveled up. What I'm going to do... well, I will warp to Firelink Shrine. That's probably something I didn't mention, Vernon. I do have the ability to warp now, because I acquired what's called the Lord Vessel. You get it from the boss of Anolondo, which was the location that you missed. You also missed the boss. And, yeah, it's interesting, that boss, but now that I do have the Lord Vessel, I can warp to select bonfires. I'm kind of tempted to get the Painting Guardian set before taking on the Four Kings, but you know what I will do? I'll use these Twin Humanities to increase my item burden. Item discovery, thank you very much, not item burden. What the fuck? And we're going to equip the Gold Serpent Ring. We're now at item discovery 380. I'm not going to put more humanity in my counter than 5. I don't want to waste my humanity. Because Lord knows I'll probably lose these at some point anyway. And you know what? I'll have some whiskey. Why not? It's about that time, you know. Now, I wasn't really intending on doing a real long recording here, but I'm making good progress through the build and I'm enjoying myself, so. What I might do is I might check to see where exactly the Painting Guardian set is, because it's always easy. Like, they don't tell you where in the painted world it's found. So, I'd like to know exactly where. Dark Souls Painting Guardian set. There you go. How to get the Painting Guardian armor set from the painted world of Ariamis. I can pretty much skip to where it is because I know the location fairly well. Oh, it's down in there, is it? No wonder I didn't know it was in the painted world, because I never go into that spot. Because it's not actually required for going through the painted world. Well, I'm not surprised. Okay. Is there any weapon other than Quelaag's sword that does damage with more humanity? Yes. In fact, you can make what's called the Chaos Blade with the same soul, Quelaag's soul, and that also deals more damage depending on the humanity in your counter. As well as that, there is an infusion for your weapons called Chaos. It's technically better than fire. It deals fire damage, technically less fire damage than regular fire infusion, but it scales with the amount of humanity in your counter. So, I'm kind of tempted to make a Chaos Rakan's Rapier. What I'll probably do is make a Lightning Rakan's Rapier and also a Chaos something. Maybe a Chaos Rapier I could use, I'm not sure. But, you know what I could do? Because the Parrying Dagger honestly is dickballs, so I could just do this. Like, I don't like the Parrying Dagger. I have been really trying to enjoy the Parrying Dagger, but this is more fun. Like, if I just use a fucking Rapier for this, I mean, the animation's cooler. It's got, like, the standard parry, so... yeah, see what I mean? It's got, like, a real fucking look to it. It's fucking cool. So, I think I'm just gonna do this for parries. Out of the inventory into a parry, that's true. Oops, missed my timing there. I just prefer this parry window. I do not like the fucking Parrying Dagger at all. No autonomic. Unfortunately, any scaling, it doesn't matter if it's to do with item discovery or to do with damage that you deal with humanity, all benefits of humanity in the counter cap at 10. So... and they do that precisely because if you do get 99 humanity in the counter, yes, the damage that you'd be doing would be ridiculous with Chaos, and to balance it, it would end up being that you would almost have no benefit with like 10, 20, or even 30 humanity. So, the sensible thing to do is just to cap everything at 10, and yeah. That's cool, Vernon. I really would like to infuse this with lightning. Lightning Rakan's works for me because the lightning infusion has like that yellow lightning emblem, and it just matches the hilt of the Rakan's Rapier, so I like it. No, I couldn't see what he was doing. Yeah, you know what, Parrying Dagger can fuck off. I haven't uploaded the first part of the build yet, so it's getting a name change. For sure. Well, I don't like that I'm having to deal with two of you guys. But yeah, it's just going to be, I guess, a parry thief build is what it'll be called. That's probably what we'll do. I feel so much better now that I'm not using the Parrying Dagger. There's just something wrong with it. It doesn't work for me. You know, it should be easier. By all rights, it should be easier, but it's not. Maybe it's because I'm not used to it. Maybe just having a different parry window is enough to make it worse. Even if it's technically better. That's a bit nasty. As you can see, you are indeed punished if you fail a parry. That's why parries are so... oh, get the fuck out. That's why parries are so rough. It's because if you do fail, it's very... not good. Very not good. Now with the Hornet's Ring, oh, see, again, this is why I'm not using the Hornet's Ring, it would just be overkill. It's Hornet Ring, isn't it? Hornet, not Hornets. You know why I say Hornets? It's because of the Thief's Ring, which they changed to Thief Ring in the remaster, apparently. Or the remake, I should say. But yeah, I used to do a build, which was a double Rapier build. Except I think I had Rakan's, no, I had two Rakan's Rapiers, that's right. This was back in many years ago. It was, I think, a Lightning Rakan's in the right hand and a Chaos Rakan's in the left. Or maybe vice versa. Excuse me. And it was a fun build. It was a Pyromancer Rapier build. It was very strange. I think I still have footage somewhere that includes me using that build in PvP and shooting on people in the Undead Burg. I've got a little bit of footage of me doing PvP in Dark Souls, but I don't know. Oh, that's right, I still haven't killed you. But yeah, I probably wouldn't upload it at any point. I might, but... it's kind of low quality. It was when I was... this was a long time ago. I was using something called a Roxio game capture. And it looked like Donkey Dick. It was my first capture card. If we don't include the fucking easy cap. We're not talking about the easy cap. And we're certainly not including it. But not including the easy cap, the Roxio was my first game capture card. So... yeah, and it didn't look very good. It didn't look very good at all. So I think I'm able to fight you. No, actually, I am still at risk, technically, because I do have these ghosts coming after me. There's two of them, it seems. I'll try to just avoid the ghosts the whole time, I guess. I feel so much better now that I'm not using the parrying dagger, I have to tell you. I'm glad that I had, like, a sudden epiphany to... what are you doing? Oh, I see. I couldn't actually see the guy doing the attack, because it must have been inside the big blob man, or something. Alright, here we go. No, that's not good. So I was actually doing a running attack there, but it was cancelled because... oh god, this isn't good. What are you, the Dirty Colossus? Well, more like the Leechmonger. More similar to the Leechmonger, we'll say. Can you fucking stop? Holy shit. This is unbelievable. Anyway, I'm glad that I had the sudden epiphany to use a double rapier setup. You know what's great? When I have Rakan's rapier in the left hand, it actually has a scabbard. And it's sheathed at my hip. Is that not amazing? I mean, look at this. What a fucking look, right? It's fucking awesome. I love it. And it's got a golden scabbard. It's got a different scabbard design to the regular rapier. The rapier's scabbard is on my left hip. And you can see it's got a silver rim, whereas Rakan's rapier has a gold rim. I mean, talk about attention to detail. We are not going to be taking on the boss just yet. I'm actually going to Homeward Bone, and I might buy some Homeward Bones. I do have a bit of money on hand. I have not been picking up many, whatever they're called, Titanite chunks, unfortunately. Well, I'm sure the Dirty Colossus looks a lot better in the remake. Something I've always said is that the Dirty Colossus, when I say always, I mean from when it was new, I've always thought at least that the Dirty Colossus was kind of ugly and just generally not a nice design. Okay, so let's go and warp to... stop going to leave. I hate that leave is the default. Alright, we're going to warp to Firelink Shrine, then we'll rest at Firelink Shrine so that we end up going there every time we use a Homeward Bone. Because you don't Homeward Bone to the last bonfire you were standing near, you warp to the bonfire that you were last physically resting at. We'll rest at Firelink Shrine bonfire, we'll go and purchase some more Homeward Bones, unless I level up with these, so yeah, let's just do that. We'll prioritize leveling up and then do that. I will be returning to the Undead Burg to get the Peculiar Doll at some point. Probably once I have leveled this thing up to... well, I suppose I'll be able to get it to plus 15 once I'll stop it. Stop it! It may very well be the case that I don't actually want to use the Titanite slab to get this thing to plus 15. I mean, that might be the case. It might be better used for Ricard's Rapier, Lightning Ricard's Rapier, because I'm thinking that the scaling with dexterity is just not going to give me good end damage. It might, you never know, but... no, I'm not sure. I'm thinking that it probably won't. Also, it's worth ooh, this is a very interesting thing that I just thought of. I was going to mention that soul, or rather, I guess level up point reallocation, that was first introduced in Dark Souls 2. It is not present in this game. I can't remember if they included it in the remaster of this game, but I wonder if in the Demon Souls remake you can do soul reallocation. I do wonder. Because, again, that's sort of something that people expect now in Souls games. It's not what I'm used to. I'm used to just, you know, once you've leveled something up with your build, that's it. Tough shit. Like, if you didn't like what you did, you have to suffer the consequences. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. I'm used to it and it doesn't bother me, but maybe for some people it's bad, and to have the option to reallocate your stats, that's like an evolution, that's a step forward in the right direction. But for me, I don't really care. But what I think is that they've probably introduced that for the reason that there's an expectation for that now. You know, a lot of people started in Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3, where stat reallocation was a given, so... Oh, there's a statue in the Nexus with an appearance changer, that's interesting. That is interesting. Well, I would say that if they're going to go so far as to give you an appearance changer, they will give you stat reallocation. That's what I would say. But yes, I'm quite eager to level up Ricard's Rapier. I believe you have to get a weapon to +10 to be able to infuse it with lightning. It's +5 for fire, and also +10 for chaos. I'll probably make a chaos rapier at some point, but that'll be for later. Chaos is something you can get kind of early on, but it takes a little bit of extra work. More than anything, Red Titanite can't really be acquired early on. You can get lucky and get Red Titanite from the Black Knights that appear in the... what's it called? The Asylum. The Undead Asylum. Those Black Knights do not respawn, and they have a chance to drop Red Titanite. But generally speaking, you're not going to be able to upgrade a Chaos weapon in the early game very much. Whereas... I mean, I don't know if you call this the early game, more like the mid game, as opposed to end game. But yeah, with lightning weapons, they just require chunks, so nothing special. It's the same as what you would use to upgrade in the normal path. You cannot reallocate in the remake. Awesome. And I'm shocked and impressed that they didn't add that. I bet some people are going to fucking complain. Well, I say going to complain. They probably already have. But that's great. That's really good. And I'm glad to see that. I can't believe that the remake is the way it is. It's shocking to me that it is basically unchanged. It is incredible. Because it was a launch title. So, but Sony obviously made the right decision. I mean, it's Sony that we have to thank. To an extent, yes, we have to thank Bluepoint for choosing to have a faithful remake. But as well as that, we have to thank Sony for their foresight and their sensible decision to not mess around with something that was perfect in the first place, just because it's a launch title. Because obviously for a launch title, it's more important for them to have something that your average gamer can enjoy than something that won't insult the original players of Demon Souls. I mean, the former is more important to them, and yet, maybe not. If it was more important, then you'd think they would not have come out with the Demon Souls remake that they came out with? I don't know. Whoops, 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 bad news. No, I knew I'd fuck that up. I fucking knew it. That's alright. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal at all. I sort of just reset the area without having to use a homeward bone, so it's fine. Well, I wasn't going to be doing that Arexion because the thing is, even when the PS5 first came out, I was not going to be able to justify the purchase just because I'm not a console gamer anymore. If I were a console gamer, hell yeah, I would have gotten a PS5 at launch. But as much as I wanted to play the new Demon Souls, I was not going to spend that money. And obviously now with all the scalping crap going on, it's even less worth it. The time will come for me to experience it, but you never know, might come to PC eventually. Like in a few years' time, once PS5 sales are no longer important to Sony. That's true, it's more like, it's less about just saving up the money and just spending it, it's more looking at the idea of spending so much money for effectively one game, because that's all that I would do on the PS5. Like, people look at that and say, well, no, you can play other games on the PS5, but I wouldn't. That's the thing. Like, I know what I would do with it, and I know that I wouldn't play other games on it. I literally bought a Wii U for one game, and that was 3 Ultimate, and I've had that Wii U since 2013, and I own 3 games on it. And those games are 3 Ultimate, Zelda, Twilight Princess, and Wind Waker remastered. So I could have just as easily not have even gotten those games, but I wanted them, so I got them. But yeah, I could have very easily never gotten any game except for 3 Ultimate on that system. And I got that system with that knowledge. So Monster Hunter I am willing to buy consoles for. Not Souls. Especially if it's a game I've already played in the Souls series. As much as I want to play it, I just can't justify the purchase. There we go. Feels so good to not have the fucking parrying dagger anymore. I'm never going to use that shit again. I never used to use it in the past, and that must have been why, just because it didn't feel right. I had made that, you know, that's the funny thing, like if I didn't do something in the past, there must have been a reason for it, because I knew what I was doing in the past. And so, oh whoops, that's not good, I really lost my, my chance there because I couldn't see what the fuck he was doing. Alright. Do not get caught in that. Do not get caught in that. Now, that timing was fine, okay? But for some reason that didn't work. I think that would take an extremely long time, Vernon, to max out all your stats in New Game, in your Dex build. That would take an incredible amount of time for the reason that the soul requirements are going to get so high that the souls that you'll be grinding in New Game are just going to be so low. It's not going to be worth your time. I think it would stop being fun for you. That's what I believe. But you're welcome to try it. It would be an achievement. Maxing out all your stats is not a joke. It takes a long fucking time. It takes a long time even at higher levels of New Game, but in just base New Game, my god. Alright. Did I kill the one over here in this particular one? I think I did, didn't I? The one who's behind the hidden wall. Yes, I've opened that, so that means he's dead. Come on. I just want one of you. I don't want both. Oh, they're both coming anyway. That would be about right, wouldn't it? I want to bring them towards me. What? They leashed already. Oh, what the fuck are they doing? They're glitching out now. Yes, come to me. Come to me. I can deal with both of you if you do it like that. Alright, one more and then we'll return to Firelink again. We're sitting on 7 Titanite chunks, which, well, that might be enough for now, just for now. I don't necessarily have to fully upgrade my Lightning Ricard's Rapier. There's a temptation to do it though, because I'm not going to use my Titanite chunk, excuse me, my Titanite slab for the regular Rapier. So therefore, there is the temptation. You know what I'll do? I'll upgrade my Rapier to plus 14, just so that I know how much I'll have available for Ricards. Yeah, the ghosts have very long reach. They're quite dangerous. Alright, time to get a stronger rapier. Now, I'm going to sort my inventory again into the bottomless box. So what's confusing is that in the bottomless box you can see everything that you have in storage and in your inventory. What you need to actually pay attention to is held and storage numbers. So, yeah, looks... okay, put those away. Don't need the dark hand or any of that. Don't need the iron round shield, don't need the gargoyle shield. I don't know why I'm keeping the black knight shield, I'll put that away too. So that's nice and clean now. Nice and clean. I don't know why I'm keeping the air stock. It just feels like it's part of the build, I guess. I'm going to move the parrying dagger. I don't want that there. I'm going to change order. To put you two at the top, and then I guess parrying dagger can be third from the top. Okay. So let's start off by purchasing some... Stop! I'm trying to talk to the man. Okay. Now, how many Titanite shards do we have? We have none. So I think it's 9 to get fully upgraded to plus 5. And then we should have a few large Titanite shards to take you to plus 6. Okay. We're very close. I believe we need 5 more. Well, actually 4. We need 5 in total from this point to get to plus 10, but we currently have 1, so... well, I can level up, should I? Or should I save these souls for... yes, I'm saving these souls for purchasing large Titanite shards. It's worth mentioning that you can purchase large Titanite shards from the giant blacksmith. I still haven't physically gone to the giant blacksmith yet, because I had no reason to go to him before, so I'm going to go there. And I will buy large Titanite shards from him once I get there. But I'm going to get a few more souls and a few more chunks of Titanite. Can't remember how many chunks of Titanite I need, probably something around 8 or 9, I don't know. But regardless, what the fuck is my camera doing? Miserable. But it's great that you're able to get into Souls again, Vernon. I understand you had a hard, or a very annoying experience with Demon Souls initially, but I'd love for you to get into Dark Souls as well. I think you will enjoy it. I'm not going to promise that you will prefer it to Demon Souls, because I'm with you when it comes to the opinion that Demon Souls is better. I actually prefer Demon Souls also. It's a very special game, but this first Dark Souls, pick up Dark Souls Remastered, Vernon. Definitely pick it up. And give it a try. Dark Souls Remastered is basically the same as what you're seeing right now. The only real difference is that there's an added bonfire for convenience sake in a place that you probably want it. And there's, I think, stat reallocation. Oops, fuck that up. Please attack. No, don't do that. See, I can't do anything. If I rolled, I would have died. I fucking hate you, man. Okay. Let's see what stat I had drained. It was probably dexterity. It was dexterity, I think. Although, wasn't I 55 before? Maybe he didn't drain one of my stats. Whatever. He might not have drained a stat. Which is a good thing. I guess I'll fight you guys now. Why not? Don't touch Bloodborne until you've played Dark Souls. You don't have to play Dark Souls 2 and 3 before you play Bloodborne, but at least play Dark Souls first. Then you can touch that game. Oops. Oops. Oh, he drained my humanity. That's what the Dark Hand does. It doesn't soul drain you. That's alright. I had forgotten about that. I'd clearly thought that it was the same attack as the... God, it's amazing how your memory just changes like that. To think that I automatically assumed that the Dark Hand would take one of my stats. Takes your humanity, you fool. But as you can see, especially without any poise, if you miss the initial parry, that can be a real problem. It depends on the combo that he follows up with, but that combo is just death, so... Unfortunate as it is, I have to live with it. But yeah, I think I'll spend... look, as far as the agenda for the rest of this stream, I think I'm going to get Ricard's Rapier to Lightning +5. Is that how that works? I think it's Lightning +5. And then I'm going to get the Painting Guardian set. And I'll kill the 4 kings. That's going to be our objective. And included in that is returning to the Undead Asylum, getting that guaranteed Titanite slab and the Peculiar Doll so that I can get to the Painted World, obviously. So there's still a lot for me to do. Probably another maybe hour and a half worth of work. We'll see what happens, but that's what I'm thinking. Oh yeah, just stick with Demon Souls, definitely. It's good to really immerse yourself in a Souls game before moving on to another one. It might dilute the experience otherwise. I hate it when you do this shit, man. Bad, bad. Don't you lose your fucking soul, man. Alright, get to that bloodstain. Get to it now. And then heal up. Not having a good day with... Well, at the moment I'm not having a good time. That was bad timing. Absolutely terrible. I've literally fallen off the stairs. Dickhead. Alright. Oh, that's right. I meant to get myself back up to 5 humanity in the counter. Decided to attack with my Ricards this time. Please give me a Titanite junk. I feel like the drop rate has just been terrible. I feel like it should be a little better than this, but that hasn't been happening. The reason why I go all the way here is so that I can stay out of the aggro range of the ghosts. I'm surprised the other one wasn't aggroed. I'll fight him in here. I'm fine with that. There's another river this way. Ugh. Creepy long arms trying to get me. Stop it. Leave me alone. Could do a drop attack on you, but I won't. No, no. You see, this is the problem. That attack is faster than the standard. So I usually mistime that. I'm usually parrying too late. So... oh, I should have gone for that. I know how that happened. I know exactly how that happened. It's because in my head I was doing a parry for his fast attack and then he does the slow attack instead. It's so annoying. But that's the parry life. That's my second bot so far. They're all out today. Come on. Well, it's very important that I get my souls back because... and I will prioritize that. Because I do have 5 humanity in that counter. It's the humanity that I don't want to lose. I mean, the souls are definitely important as well. I definitely don't want to lose the souls, but... definitely don't want to lose the humanity either. Well, that's great, Vernon. I'm glad the process is growing on you. Do keep in mind that uploads to YouTube will probably get no traction. By comparison, just look at how little traction my YouTube uploads get. And remember also that for a period of about 4 years, I was uploading to literally no one on YouTube. Maybe 3 years of uploading to basically no one. So... it's a long, sad journey, but... thanks to streaming, I do at least have people to make videos for. I used to just make videos for myself, really. But, yeah. Again, prioritizing getting that soul, because... or getting that bloodstain. Getting my souls and humanity on the bloodstain, blah blah blah. Oh my god, you fucking chased me quickly. I was not expecting that. Also, the reason why I'm getting destroyed by these guys when they actually successfully hit me is because I have 0 poise. With this armor set, and given the fact that I'm using the gold serpent ring, I'm just stuck in their combo every single time they hit me, so I have to actually take, I think, 3 hits before I can move, and it's awful. Yeah, I got the souls back, and what took me by surprise was how fast he had pursued me. I was not expecting that. He was after my ass. Absolutely after my ass. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is something that I used to do so much. Grinding these Titanite chunks. This is one of the big grinds of the game, you know. It's slower because I'm not using my humanity, but it just feels like a waste to have 10 humanity in my counter. But you know, maybe I could consume 5 humanity and just do it, because then I'll still have 10 left over, and that's probably enough for the game, seriously. And it's not like I'm never going to get more humanity from this point, so maybe I should just buy the bullet and consume the humanity, and get up to 10, just for the best item discovery. I think the situation calls for it. My reasoning was not just because I didn't want to waste the humanity, it was also because I had a feeling that 5 in the counter would be enough. But it feels like it's not enough, so... hello. No. Look at that, you see that hitbox? I mean, what a joke. It's not just the hitbox, it's how it lingers. It just stays in effect even though his sword is not moving. Like, his sword has physically stopped moving, and yet it still hits me. It's so stupid. Absolutely stupid. Thank you for the Titanite chunk, even though I haven't consumed the humanity yet. Alright, let's put humanity in our equipable slot. And get ourselves to 10. Yeah, I usually get about 100 for a decent stream. But 39's good. I mean, that's perfectly fine. That's good. But I don't really know how views work on Twitch. I mean, I'm sure there's an element of what time of the day you stream. I'm sure there's an element of what your video is titled, things like that. Or what your stream's titled. I just don't play the game. I just do what feels right. If people find me, then that's great. But yeah, in terms of Dark Souls, there seems to be more of a Demon Souls audience than a Dark Souls audience. I don't retain views for my Dark Souls streams, from what I can tell, because they're expecting the remake. And they leave immediately when they see that it's not the remake. So I get good views for Demon Souls, but almost no chat activity to reflect that, and that's because they don't stick around. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Shit! At least I was not killed this time. That's so dumb. So dumb. Missed the fucking stairs. This is so stupid. Now, this does happen every now and again, where you're just getting this fucking cycle of dying constantly. I mean, there is a process to grinding these fucking chunks, and you know, always there has just been this little period in that long process of grinding where I just die over and over and over again, and then I overcome it, and then I don't die for ages again. It's just really fucking weird. I don't understand it, but I don't know. It's fucking annoying though, because I'm only like killing one and then dying, and then killing one and then dying. It's fine to reset the area, but not when you're only killing one. It's dumb. Yeah, I was streaming Demon Souls at a time when what I found was that I had my best viewership for Demon Souls before Sekiro released. And then Sekiro came out, and then the viewership dropped quite heavily, because obviously everyone who was watching Demon Souls at that time were either playing or watching Sekiro instead of watching Demon Souls stuff. And then the remake came out, and I think by the time the remake came out, I basically stopped streaming Demon Souls because I needed a break from it anyway. But yeah, I found that there's no audience retainment. I'm so confused by the combo now. Like, I'm actually confused by it. I don't know what to aim for. I think it's partially because I'm scared to... You know, I should just be going for backstabs instead. That's what I'll probably do. Let's stop with the parries, because it's not consistent enough. At least with backstabs I won't be dying. Parries are fun, but we need consistency at this point. Whereas in this case I do have to go for the parry, because there's not going to be much backstabbing going on here. There you go. I've had more luck with this particular guy, I don't know why. It's probably my third Titanite chunk from that specific one. Might deal with these guys first. Yeah, I think a few of my viewers actually got involved with my Monster Hunter stuff through my Monster Hunter Online recording, which is good. You know, sometimes that's all you need to be successful. Oh, that's 2 chunks there. That's all you need to really succeed sometimes. You just need one 1 or 2 really well-viewed videos. Oh, that's right, I said that I wasn't going to keep doing fucking parries. So, I mean, maybe I should make a few well-produced videos at some point. But I don't know. The only reason why those Monster Hunter Online videos were well-viewed was because they just happened to be picked up by the algorithm. There's no other reason why they were well-viewed. There are plenty of videos that I've made that were released at a good time and were of interest, but were never picked up. Oh, fuck off. This fucking ghost piece of shit. Let's be careful here. Am I still being chased by the Dark Wraith? I want to be chased by the Dark Wraith, actually, because I want to kill him. Hello. Let's do a roll stab there. Any chunk? No. Alright, so I think that's... yes. Good day. That's very nice of you to just present your back to me like that. I'm a little bit... yes, I am where I think I am. Good. A lot of things look the same around here, so... if you drop somewhere that you're unfamiliar with, sometimes you can get a bit disorientated. Come on. Now, the only reason why that happened again is because of my fucking poison. I just missed that roll. So stupid. I've got 40,000 souls and 10 humanity in the counter. I cannot lose that. But definitely this process has slowed down because I keep spending a lot of time returning to the chunk farming location instead of just killing all the fucking wraiths in that time. It's annoying, but whatever. How many are we sitting on? 8? This will be our last run, for sure. In fact, the 2 that we picked up from that wraith before has made a big difference. So, this is definitely positive. Depending on my end damage amount, I mean, we'll see. No matter what, I will have a better end damage rating with Rakan's Rapier and the Lightning Infusion versus Standard Rapier, but the difference is going to be that with the Standard Rapier, I will be dealing pure physical damage. Whereas that will be elemental damage added onto the Rakan's Rapier, which means that you have enemy resistances taken into account. Now the funny thing is that fire, there are more enemies resistant to fire in this game than lightning. So lightning is almost always the better option, but chaos is pretty fucking good, provided you're walking around with 10 humanity in the counter. Well, thank you, Vernon. Definitely, that's never going to change. It doesn't matter, like, even if sponsorship is involved, there would never be a time where I would be sponsored, and the reason why is because I do not reach enough ears, and I never will reach enough ears because I stream things that I don't follow the audience. I've never followed the audience. I've never looked for what will get a good audience, and so therefore I am not profitable to a potential sponsor. So I would never be sponsored, but you know, I'm not interested in selling my dignity for anyone's benefit. Like for a company that I'm sponsored by or anything like that, I'm just not interested in that crap. This is all still very much a hobby to me. I'm not going to be making money from Twitch for a while, let me tell you. Because it turns out that you won't get a payout until you have made $100 US, and I haven't made 100, I've made about 40. So I won't be getting a payout from Twitch for a long time. So it's still very much a hobby, it's not about the money. And I don't think it ever will be about the money because it's not... What I will never be able to do is stream stuff that large numbers of people are going to want to watch. I will always be something of a niche. It's because what I stream is related to my interests, and my interests are of a niche kind. So, that's the way it's always going to be. Ah, motherfucker. And let's imagine, let's say that there was an alternative reality where I went and got a PS5 to play Demon's Souls, and I streamed Demon's Souls as it released, and became a pretty significant Demon's Souls streamer. Now, even then, in that alternate reality, I would not have allowed myself to only play Demon's Souls just for the sake of the audience. I would not have done that. So, I would have foregone my own success purely for the sake that or purely for the reason that I can't just stream one fucking thing. You know, people who can succeed as variety streamers, I mean, good on them, but it's very hard, and it's almost pure luck as for whether or not you can succeed in that way, because a lot of people just don't want to watch something that they don't care about. Even if they like the person, I mean, if the game's not interesting to them, then it's just not enough for them to watch. And I can understand that. So, alright, so we are now sitting on 10 night chunks. We are definitely at a point where we can get ourselves to, well, first and foremost, there goes my bottle cap. What we're going to do first and foremost, before we try to level up Ricard's Rapier, is we are going to get that Titanite slab from returning to the Undead Asylum. The key to return to the Undead Asylum is actually here in Firelink Shrine. I'll show you where to get it. These people will leave once the 4 kings are dead. We actually want to take this elevator. It's easier on the right elevator. On the left it still works, but you actually want to walk off onto this part here. It's very weird, but it almost looks like a... It doesn't look quite right. None of this looks quite right, does it? But walking up this area is actually where you have to go to get to the Undead Asylum again. If you roll onto this roof, you will have access to this key. This is Undead Asylum F2 West key. This isn't necessarily required to return, but it's required to, which is contrary to what I said. I realize that I didn't phrase that right. That key is needed for a specific ring. It's the Rusted Iron Ring. If you're returning to the Undead Asylum, you may as well pick that up, because it will be very useful for the place where the Prowling Demons are in Sen's Fortress. They are in a tar pit of sorts that greatly limits your mobility, and having the Rusted Iron Ring is damn near essential. Rusted Iron Ring is also useful if you're walking in shallow water, and you can walk at normal speed. Basically, the idea of the ring is that you can move at normal speed in environments where you would otherwise move a little slower. There's going to be a time where Doom is the most popular streamer of all time. No. And I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want that. There's no way. Because I wouldn't be able to have this intimate experience with you guys. Like, I can read everything that you say, I can chat with you, I know you. Like, maybe not know you, but what I mean to say is that I recognize you, and I have a feel for what kind of viewers you are, and who you are as people to a certain degree. But when you've got a huge audience, it's very hard to have that sort of audience interaction. I'd like a larger audience than what I have right now, I would, but I don't want a really big one. I definitely don't want a really big one, because that's, it's not intimate anymore, and I want something intimate. What do I think of you? Like, as a person? You're good to be around. You're... You've just got things together. Just a good viewer overall. You are indeed loyal. You're here most of the time. Doesn't really matter what I stream, you'll be there. And as a viewer, that is the best one could ask for. So... Or as a streamer, that is the best viewer one could ask for. And I appreciate having you around, for sure. Now the boss down there is, well, now that I think about it, what I was going to do was head over that way first. But you know what I could do? When I was here in the first part, I said that there is a place where you can actually see the second boss from this area. I'll show you what I mean. I'm not really going to be able to show you if the boss is dead, so I may as well show it from here. So there are going to be some iron bars that we can look through. And you can see that there is another boss straight through there. That is visible from the very beginning. And he is underneath that floor. We have a Black Knight defending. Oh god. Now I have 12 Estus flasks there because I was standing near other people who were drinking Estus flasks in the online. It's this weird thing where you have a chance to actually recover Estus flasks from other people drinking Estus flasks. I was lucky enough to get a red Titanite chunk there. So if I were using Chaos Infusion, that'd be good, but yeah. What do you think of every single individual who watches you? Well, for any person who sticks around, then I'm appreciative of them. How about that? There are some people who've watched me for a very long time. Like if Spaceman ever turns up, he has seniority, never forget. He's been watching me from the Doomlink's Live Hunts days since 2017. I believe he started watching me in 2017, so he's been around for a while. He's not around as much anymore. I think he's a bit busy in life, but he's been around for a long time. And if you ever see Sleazy Weasel, he's been watching me since 2009. So yeah, there are a few people who've been around for a very long time, but few and far between these days. And partially because I didn't have much of an audience in the past anyway, but I very much enjoy having you guys around. It's not so much when you started watching, it's more about the fact that you're here now and enjoying what I do, and sort of legitimizes the whole thing. And I appreciate that. You have to focus on the audience. You can't focus on the viewer numbers. If you focus on the viewer numbers, it's over. Because if I focused on that to start with, I'd probably be feeling quite downtrodden. Because I think my second to last upload for Demon Souls on YouTube has 5 views. And it's sitting right at 5, not moving anywhere. So, you know, it's very easy to be downtrodden by that, but whatever. I said myself that my Demon Souls viewer base was long since gone. Because they're not loyal. All I had to do was stop streaming Demon Souls for about 4 months and they were gone. So, all of them. Like, actually gone. I'm not saying the vast majority, I'm saying all gone. So, it is what it is. But I generally don't talk about these things. It's kind of like breaking the fourth wall when I talk about that sort of stuff. It's a bit too real world. I try not to talk about things like viewership and all that. As you can see, this is a more advanced version of the Asylum Demon. He is called the Stray Demon. But he is a very important boss to fight. He should always be fought, because he is a guaranteed Titanite slab drop. If you can believe it, there is actually a chance for you to get Titanite slabs from the enemies that I was fighting before, those Dark Wraiths. They actually have a chance to drop Titanite slabs, but I was never actually hoping for one, because you don't hope for them. They drop so incredibly rarely that it's actually, you know, to be honest, Titanite slabs in this game are kind of similar to pure Bladestone in Demon Souls. They drop so fucking rarely. Pure Bladestone might be a little worse. I should be going two-handed here. Yeah, pure Bladestone might be a little worse, but... oh, fuck. Oh yeah, hold on. It's good to know that, because I would never remember when I first saw you. You know, people appear and you forget when they appeared sometimes. Like, I don't remember how long you've even been watching for, to be honest. And that's not because, you know, that wouldn't even be something to take personally. It's just that a lot of people come in and out. And eventually everyone just fuses into one, not as individuals, but rather as far as when people started watching, yeah, it sort of fuses into one. I know Vernon's been around since, pretty much since I started streaming Monster Hunter properly. At least, I think it was late 2019. Something like that. Early 2020. But look, the old streams weren't as visually good anyway. Oh, that's right. Rusted iron ring. Let's go and get that. I went and got the key for it and everything. Admittedly, I don't really need it. I don't really need it. But I'll get it, just so that I can show you that it exists, and where to get it. If for some reason you were using this as a walkthrough. And I suppose killing the Black Knights works too. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, whoops, just a little bit too late on the parry. What the fuck am I doing with myself? Do you think I know how to parry these guys? I mean, they're exactly the same as the Silver Knights, really, in their attacks, and yet I'm struggling. Well, getting to Pure Bladestone in the space of about 13 minutes is a big achievement. It's very good luck. You've used up all your luck for the next few months, Vernon. What the fuck is this? I've forgotten about these things. What are they? They appear very, very rarely. What are they? Where are you, even? I've forgotten about that. What was that? I so vaguely remember what those things are. You can kill them for something. What the fuck? I'm telling you, I've probably only seen 2 of them ever. Of all my time spent playing this game, I've probably only ever seen 2. What the fuck? It disappeared though. I couldn't kill it. I can't remember what they are. They drop something, and they appear very, very rarely, but I don't know. Whatever. Yes, good on you. No, I don't mean... What do you mean autonomic? No, I'm not talking about that. You must have missed it. There was this little black phantom thing. It was this spherical black phantom colored thing that was floating around, and it was targetable. That's what I was talking about. So, yeah. Oh, some are good and some are evil. Yeah, that was probably an evil one then. You say it's called a Vanguard? Like the Demon Souls boss? Has a chance to drop 8 things if it's good. Well, that was an evil one, so... But I have so rarely seen Vagrant. Vagrant. Right. And I just had to double check that actually you did write Vanguard and you did. So it's Vagrant. That's fine. Yeah, I have so rarely seen those. There are probably specific conditions to have them appear. But it's so interesting because someone asked, I think, was it? Who asked me? I think it was Beans. I think Beans asked, is there anything in this game that still surprises you? The answer is generally not, but that did. That was like, whoa, hold on. What the fuck? Like, that actually took me aback. because it has been so long since I last saw one of those, and I've seen so few that I don't know. I don't know what conditions cause them to spawn. It's possible that the way in which I play makes it so that they rarely spawn, but it's a small chance when someone rests at bonfires. I see. Well, I don't know. I just, for some reason, maybe I've had really bad luck, but I think that might be the second or third I've ever seen, with having played about 2,000 hours of Dark Souls. With most of those hours having been online, so pretty crazy. Alright. I think I can, well no, I won't level up with these souls actually. I'll consume these two. But I won't level up with these souls. I will hold off on consuming these until such time that I have leveled up my Rakan's Rapier a little further. Yeah, RxYarn mentioned that. He said that the evil ones usually only dropped twin humanity, or drop twin humanity, and then the good or light ones drop a lot of things. And it seemed that that was an evil one, because that was in the colour of a black phantom. I missed my roll when I got down there, by the way. I usually manage to get that roll, but not this time, not this time. But yeah, this will definitely be the only build that I do in this version of the game. I mean, I might do the Xbox 360 version, just to see how it compares, to see if it's actually this bad. I mean, I can live with some frame drops here and there, but some parts of this game in this PS3 version, at least as a result of my personal PS3 system, are just so poor performance that I cannot possibly do another build on the PS3 version. There's just no way. So, yeah. We don't have too many large Titanite shards, so we'll probably purchase some. I'll get 6 to start with. God, that is expensive. Okay, so let's go and reinforce you. Oh, I had forgotten that I'd already leveled you up. I didn't realize I had so many large Titanite shards on hand before. Well, I ended up buying too many, but that's alright. Now that we are at plus 10 on Rakan's Rapier, we can make you into a lightning Rakan's Rapier. And I'll reinforce you with the Titanite chunks that I have. Didn't I have 10 before? Why did I go to 9? Whatever. Lightning Rakan's Rapier plus 5. Are we going to do it with that one Titanite slab? I think we will. Okay. Let's compare the end damage values. So, if we're at 276... Wait, let's have a look. How much lightning damage are we actually doing here? 175. Yeah, so in this case, Rakan's Rapier is not necessarily going to do that much more damage than our Rapier, even though these numbers are quite... there's quite a distance between those two numbers. Still, by virtue of the fact that this is pure physical, this isn't as bad as it looks by comparison. For example, these guys are going to be resistant. Let's have a look. So, that's 66 with lightning Rakards. That's 132 with our standard Rapier. Now, I will admit that that's a pretty rough comparison, or that's a pretty rough example, I should say, because these guys are actually resistant to lightning, but get the fuck out of here. Get out. Out. But yeah, we've got lightning Rakards. Open that door. And there's, oh actually there's a Titanite chunk here. I could have gone and picked that up. That would have been a smart thing to do. I don't think you guys can be parried, can you? No. Go sheathe Rakan's Rapier. Look at it. I just love seeing it sheathed. Sheathed. Oh yeah, go for it, Venom. Oh, Oscar probably fucked someone up, I see. Ah! Ah! Not good. In fact, now that I think about it... Wolfring, I know that you're here, I know that you're here. Stop! You know why that happened? It's because it took him so long to slam his shield down. I thought maybe... I admitted that maybe the first roll wouldn't clear it, but I was assuming that the second roll would roll through it. But both rolls failed, and then he finally brought the shield down and killed me. What a dick. Alright, I have to get those souls back. Oh, I see. It's good info. Autonomic. I had just forgotten about it because it has been so long since I last saw one even. Just don't think about it, so... But yeah, it's not something that appears in the offline. We need to return to Chamber of the Princess. We could alternatively go... You know what might actually be safer, technically? Would that even be safer? No, that's actually going to be a long run, so let's go to the Chamber of the Princess. Oh, what the fuck? During the stream, I was explaining the cheese method in the PS3 version and was showing off the bones, and that the lurker would break them. But when I touched them and walked on them, they just shattered by walking on them. Jeez. I guess the remake is not free of glitches. Or bugs. What likely happened then was that you climbed on it just slightly, just enough to fall. And falling in Demon Souls, and probably in any Souls game, technically deals damage. Like, your weight as you fall deals damage. It can't even be classified as an attack. And so you dealing that attack to the bones would have broken them. So I would assume that if you were to attack the bones with your weapon, they would shatter. Now, if the bones couldn't shatter with your weapon, that would be extremely odd that they broke. But I would guess that you would have just slightly climbed on them and then just barely fallen. And as a result, it shattered them. Yeah, they definitely made sure the bones can't be used. Without a doubt. Because it was very well known in the community that that was the cheese method, so... definitely they would have been aware of it. And it would have been addressed. I think that's what happened, Vernon. I think he would have just slightly climbed and then slightly fell, and that would have been enough. You can see that I'm not getting any increased damage on the Rakan's Rapier, and the reason why is because it has no scaling. If you infuse something with fire, lightning, or chaos, it will not have a scaling anymore. So... we're just having a stronger and stronger regular Rapier here, which is good. I'm getting a call. Hold on, let me see. My phone's kind of far away, so at least it's not loud. And I'm back. Okay, so I received a call and I need to give someone a hand with something within the next 10 minutes. So what I will probably do is have this be my stopping point. We've done very well. We have taken our Rapier to +14. We have taken Ricard's Rapier totally unupgraded to Lightning +5, which is the highest upgrade that we can take this Rapier to in the Lightning path. And I suppose the one thing that we're lacking, and it's just shy of what I was intending on doing in this recording, we haven't yet acquired the Painting Guardian set. The first thing that we're going to do when we return next time is we're going to get the Painting Guardian set. We're going to upgrade that as much as we can. We will probably need some souls in order to do that, because we'll need a lot of Titanite shards and large Titanite shards and likely chunks as well. But more than anything else, we want the defense, which is probably going to be higher than what we have here. It's not going to be good. Even fully upgraded, the Painting Guardian set is going to be pretty bad for defense, like, I have to tell you. But in spite of that, it should be better than what we have right now. We're currently sitting at 156. I'd say most of that, honestly, is on account of our soul level, which is sitting at 57, which is pretty good. Soul level 57 is quite good for a 4 Kings fight, but I think we'll be a little higher than 57 when we do actually take on the 4 Kings in the future. But yeah, Painting Guardian set is most important. If you can see, the lighting is shifting so drastically right now. It's getting brighter and dimmer, and it's shocking, but yeah. That's lighting conditions sometimes. That's why I'm not shifting to accommodate whatever the conditions are. But yeah. I do thank you all for watching. Yeah, the ringtone is the standard Xiaomi ringtone. It's not like something I chose, but yeah, it's just the Xiaomi ringtone. But I do thank you all for joining. We've been live for 4 hours and 12 minutes anyway, which has been a pretty reasonable length of time to go for. And again, we got quite a lot done. And I'm glad that we got through Anor Londo as quickly as we did, because it sort of made up for all the delays with stupid deaths prior to that point. So I will see you all next time. I probably won't do Dark Souls tomorrow because I don't want to do 3 consecutive Dark Souls recordings. Otherwise it'll scare away all of my Monster Hunter viewers, wouldn't it? I'll probably do Monster Hunter tomorrow. But I will see you all next time, and thanks for watching. Catch you later.